Nothing on the bottom? No, can't do it. I'm trying to adjust, I can't.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I guess we're ready to start. I'd like to welcome everyone to the monthly meeting at Peabody Conservation Commission. Today is July 31, and we have the following members joining us. Uh, we have Secretary Mike Vivaldi, Assistant, where is it? Vice Chairman Mike Rizzo, Commissioner Bruce Comack, Commissioner Amanda Green, alternate Jamie Harrop, and alternate Brian Cassidy. Mike Vivaldi, if you could turn your camera on, I'd appreciate it.
And Stu, just
Thanks.
through you, through the chair. So I don't believe Rita's coming, so that would mean I believe Brian got sworn in first, so only Brian would have voting rights tonight, but only on the items that he's been through all along, like no continued items. Jamie, you can chime in whenever you need to, but you will not be voting tonight.
Thank you.
Or actually, right now you actually can vote, but Author is coming in at 7:30. So once Author shows up, but I think the first thing is brand new. So the first thing you could vote on if needed, if you want
Thanks.
to. All right.
Sounds good.
No, if you need anything else.
Okay. All right, I have to read the following paragraph, so please bear with me. In accordance with Mass General Law 30A, sections 18 to 25, notice is hereby given of a meeting of the Peabody Conservation Commission. At this time, the Peabody Conservation Commission hearings will continue to be held remote, which is allowed pursuant to Governor Maura Healey's March 29th, 2023 extension of the temporary provisions allowing remote hearings until March 2025. The public may participate in this meeting remotely. There's a meeting ID that's been provided by the conservation agent and it's posted on the city website. I'll be asking the public if the public wishes to speak during the discussions of various items. I will ask those who wish to speak in favor first, and then I'll ask those who wish to speak against the project. If all discussions will be recorded in the Conservation Commission minutes, and the meeting is also recorded by Peabody Access Television, which will be available for viewing sometime tomorrow. If you wish to speak, please signal by using the small icon at the bottom of the screen. It looks like a hand. Once recognized, you'll be promoted and allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin by telling us your name and address for the record. In order to prevent cross discussions, please address your comments with a beginning phrase through the chairman.
That's only for people outside of the commission, right? We don't have to do that.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
want to make sure it's, things are orderly. But welcome, Michael. The first item I have is a notice of intent. Public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by John R. Kelty, legal counsel for Janelle Avola applicant. The property owners are Anthony and Jeanette Avola. Property is the proposed project is the construction of a single-family home. Driveway, utilities, grading. The property is known as 59R Pine Street, map 4, lot 46, Peabody, Mass. This is our first meeting date for this project.
I have
Anybody?
promoted Attorney Kelty as well as the property owners.
Okay. Attorney Kelty, you want to speak?
Yes, I would like to. John Kelty, 40 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass, appearing on behalf of
Anthony and Janet Janet and Janelle Avola. And I am presenting a plan dated February 26, 2024. The purpose of this filing is to notify the Conservation Commission and hopefully obtain approval to build a single-story dwelling, which is approximately 43 by 28, that will be accessible from a driveway, which is going to be located to the right-hand side or easterly of the existing dwelling at number 59. And then this proposed dwelling will be, in all likelihood, known and numbered 59 rear Pine Street. We have given notice in accordance with the law, and I had the opportunity to meet with the merchants and who are neighbors and provide them with a full-size copy of the plan. And simultaneously, not simultaneously, but I do believe that Lucia was able to be out on the site earlier this week and look at the markers and all of our wetlands identification, all our flagging. The wetlands were identified by John Dick. John is not presenting with us this evening, and we are John Dick's letter was filed with the original notice of intent, and he has described that we are located in flags that we have indicated that the lots A1 through A7 represent the limit of bordering vegetated wetlands. Vegetative indicators included sensitive fern and unidentified sedge, high bush, blueberry, and red maple. The soil mapping and topography were consistent with indicators of the hydrology which was observed. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Anybody on the commission have any questions?
Through the chair, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so just looking at the access to the site, it's from Pine Street through is that an easement that already exists or an easement that is gonna, will it?
That's an existing easement.
Okay. Okay, and there is, so the two owners, two separate lots?
These are separate lots, yes.
Okay, so there's,
Lot exists.
So it looks like the dwelling on 59 is on the other property, or part of it is?
The dwelling on 59 does that. That is the area of a swimming pool. And yes, it does encroach upon the rear lot that is the subject this evening. I will need to, if approved, I would need to obtain a variance for the encroaching dwelling. Or it can be removed.
The building can be, is that a building or it's
Yes.
attached building?
Yes, it's an indoor swimming pool which is used as part of Janelle's therapy.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see, I would think that's problematic, that part of somebody's house is on somebody else's land, so.
No, that's all the Avola land.
Both properties are owned by
And
the
mom and
same-
dad live out front with Janelle, and this proposed dwelling is being constructed for Janelle.
I see. So what would be the appropriate measures then? Let's just say one of the properties needed to be sold. What happens with a new owner? part of a building is on someone else's
Well,
land.
if we're successful, we're going to obtain a rear yard variance for the front lot of 0, unless family decides to remove it.
Oh. All right. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I am not.
And then, of course, we would need to grant, if we get the 0 rear yard, then we would need to provide an easement for the section of the building that's over the line.
Well, if it's the same family, wouldn't it make sense to change the property line of the one abutting Pine Street and go around and take some of the land back from the rear lot and put it in the front lot? So
That could be done, but I think that the topography suggests that we really want to keep the lots to the shape and size they are. This lot actually wraps around. You can see in the upper left-hand corner of the
Right.
plan. You can see how it wraps around Mr. Merchant's house.
okay.
Certainly
Lot
does.
2B is 3.16 acres. So we could easily move the lot line to account for this encroachment, but that is an area that is at a topography that allows the home to be constructed with minimal impact upon the wetland areas.
Okay.
Whereas if we move that lot line, then we'd be pushing the proposed dwelling closer to the edge of the topography that is the highest elevation.
Okay.
Through the chair, I do want to speak on this. Have you had a chance to talk to someone in the building department? Because what you're saying is not at all what Tom St. Pierre said. He said that he would be fine with this, but you have to reconfigure that lot line. You can't have, it doesn't matter, like, it's one thing to have 2 contiguous lots and when nothing was on the back lot. Now you're proposing a house. You can't have 2 houses on one lot. That's the way he explained it to me, and that you would have to probably, like, you probably should have configured the lot lines before you came. But regardless of that, I mean, have you tried to have a conversation with someone in building?
I have not.
Why was your reasoning to apply for the conservation prior to the zoning board of appeals?
What is what?
The reasoning to
Oh,
file. with
why
the
did we
town
come
council-
here first?
Yes,
Because we need the order of conditions in order to be able to build. And if we were to get an order of conditions to build this structure, then we would be in a position to be able to ask for the variance or an easement from the zoning board of appeals, or tear it down. I mean, there would be a time that the pool is not as necessary as it was while Janelle was growing up. Because now she's going to move to, it was a therapy pool, and when she moves to her own home, then, you know, I think that Tony and Janet can remove this pool if they choose to. So that decision had not yet been made, and that's why the plan appears before you the way it is.
But then again, if the building department requires something else and we give you an order of conditions, then technically plan that.
Then we would need to come back for a different order of conditions, or remove the offending structure.
Why don't you talk to the building inspector first?
Why are we talking zoning? I mean, I think it's an easily remedied situation by either removal or appearance before the zoning board of appeals. The proposal to construct the new dwelling is a little more difficult and is, I think, a more difficult permit to get.
Yeah, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't see how this is going to affect the wetland at all. Um, so, if, and since, zoning is not, I get it, what everybody's saying about the zoning, but it's not, if it's not going to have any effect on the wetland, which I don't believe it will, then, if he can get it through zoning, that's his problem, or that's his, but if he can't, he can't.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't, not really sure why we're worried about that. The only thing I am asking is, John, there's gonna be a lot of trees, there are a lot of trees that have to be removed as part of this?
No.
No. In order to build the proposed dwelling?
Well, I'm looking at a Google Earth, and it looks like you're gonna have to remove a bunch of trees.
Trees are shown on the plan that are there.
The trees that are existing are shown on this plan.
Only 3 trees then?
There's 3 large trees. I've worked around them. My own.
And those are staying or being removed?
Those are staying.
Yeah, I guess, again, the Google Earth I'm looking for, it says 1985, so
Mhm.
it's a long time ago. So obviously somebody's been taking trees down anyway. All right, well, I can't do anything since about 1985. So if you say the trees don't exist, they don't exist.
I think I'd like to hear from some of the other commissioners on this matter.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
So my concern actually is I guess the merchants kind of set the precedent for this with I mean it's just been um quite a lot of work accommodating the merchants with the rising wetlands and having to deal with the beaver dams and stuff, and I just where's our assurance here that if this area like is subject to flooding and floods, that now these people won't be um going after the city for some kind of retribution.
Or fixing the beaver dam.
Was there a question there, Amanda, that you wanted me to answer?
No, it's just a statement, more or
Oh.
less. I just, it was kind of like a uh I guess it is kind of a question. It's like that because we've had on this side of Pine Street, we've had a lot of issues. The city's had a lot of issues with the resident on that side, and I just I'm just concerned that we'll multiply that by putting another dwelling close to these wetlands. That's all. Like I just, you know,
Yeah, this area that we intend to build on is 11 feet higher than the wetland area.
okay.
Does the does the current owner experience flooding when the merchants
No.
do? No. Is it a difference in elevation at that point?
Between who? Difference?
Well, if the merchants experience flooding when there's a beaver dam creating backup, I'm surprised everybody near them doesn't, because the water's right next to the property we're talking about.
Um, we're about 10 feet higher than the merchant's property.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that explains why you don't get flooding.
Right.
Through the
All
chair,
right. Go ahead.
Stuart, that, it's just, the merchants must be number 61, is that correct?
Sounds good.
They're 43?
Yes,
60,
I
63.
believe that
right?
is, yes.
63.
What? 63?
61, I'm sorry.
61, right.
61.
Yeah, Pine Street goes uphill there,
Yeah.
Yes.
severely, quickly. So I'm sure 59 is nowhere near the elevation that 61 is.
Well, they stated that, or Jack stated that. So building on this property or building an additional structure on the area will not affect the merchants adversely. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, that is what we're saying.
Okay. I mean, the issue still has to do with the city maintaining the Elginwood, pond beaver dam to prevent it from flooding, but I mean, today would have been a good day to see if it flooded. Poured like hell today. So the only issue I have, really question I have is building two buildings. What Lucius said about the building inspector claiming that building two houses on one lot
I'm
is a
not.
problem.
That's not true.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just, you guys should vote how you want to vote, and then that's for Jack to figure out later. I mean, it's unfortunate that he's not doing it now. But I was out on the site. I think flag A7 might have been the only flag missing. The rest of the flags were all there. There is an extreme elevation change, as you can see by these lines right here. This whole area was cleared. I mean, there was some stockpiling of stuff, like just random, household stuff in the back, that I would love to see get cleaned up and, something else there. But I don't see like a wetlands reason why, I don't see a reason why this shouldn't get approved like via wetlands. I don't see that this is going to have any adverse impact to the wetlands. It's up high. I mean, their basement might flood if they're proposing to put a basement. It does say slab. I thought
The
I
slab.
heard I thought
It is
the
slab.
property owner, Janet, or the mother of, told me that they were gonna do some sort of basement to maybe we could hear from the property owner and make sure that this plan is accurate. I would just be concerned that if they are going to get a basement, they should know it might flood and they're going to have to deal with that. And, not as Amanda said, not try to come back for retribution. My only other thing is the post and rail fence. I thought I saw a post and rail fence on here. If one is not, yes, there it is. And then I believe they have some markers. That would be, it's pretty evident when you go on the site. It just starts dropping. So the work would be on the elevated bit. So I don't see any issue as long as that post and rail fence is up. Even if the property passes hands, I don't see how anyone's gonna affect the wetlands unless they start, filling in and expanding their yard.
The merchants had asked whether or not we could replace the post and rail with a stockade so that there was limited visibility, and that I told my clients we would strongly consider that. There is no if we were to modify this plan to build stockade or vinyl fence with color, that would not impact our order, correct?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Stockade be better, better for privacy
Yes, yes.
and
I think
hopefully,
it hides they can do whatever they want on the other side, and it hides them from
Sure.
visibility.
Yeah, yep.
I don't think I think that's a negative. I think that a poster mill is better for the reason that people can, if Lucia were to visit the property at some point, they would see that there's illegal dumping on the other side of the property or on the other side of the fence.
Okay. I mean,
That's
we're happy with either.
That's my opinion.
One question I have is, did we get a message or, did we get a memo from Bill Stansfield? Or from engineering at this point?
He mentioned that there's no comment from DPS.
That's the one he said, no additional comments, okay. All right,
Through the chair about the fencing issue, I mean, you could put, on the side of the merchants, you could put a stockade and then so that the property owner can see the wetlands. I mean, it's beautiful. When I was out there was ducks swimming by. They could have a post and rail in the back, which is, normally preferred for wildlife movement, but they could put a linear privacy on the side along the merchants. I mean, again, that's not really our purview though, but it's not something that we have to really decide tonight. That's something they can decide later.
so if we move to vote on this to approve it. Well, let me ask the question, do I have a motion to approve?
You
I think we
already-
need to hear from your neighbors.
yeah, we aren't open to the public yet.
Okay, let me open it to the public, I'm sorry. Has anybody got their hand raised? I see Janet's had her hand raised. I don't see any hand raised, do you?
Well, it looks like the property owner would like to speak.
Janet had her hand up, now it's Janet had her hand up. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. So my name is Janet Avola. I live at 59 Pine Street in Peabody. My husband, Anthony, and Janelle, they're also on this call, but they're in a different room. We've lived here, just a little background, since 1987. The wetlands, I have never got flooded ever in our basement. We've never had an issue. And just like Lucia had said, and Jack as well, we're up very, very high from Victor and Kathy Merchant. So that's why we don't have a problem with any of the water. So my daughter Janelle is disabled. She is in a wheelchair and she's 29 years old. We're trying to build something permanent for her where she can be close to us for support, which she needs, and assistance. But, she's 29. She wants to live her life and be as independent as possible. And we're trying to help with that. So the dwelling, there's a couple of things that were brought up. One was about tree removal. Yes, there are trees on our property, but we don't foresee at this time that they would impede the actual dwelling. And if we found that they did, of course, we'd have to come back and, ask if we could remove those. But for right now, we don't see anything that would, cause an issue there. Currently, we do have a fence that is outlined in the plan. That fence is basically what I would call like chicken wire. The reason that we put it up is because the Canadian geese like to come back every year with their babies and it makes a mess all over the yard. So we put that up. You can still see through it, but it's not a privacy fence. Between us and Kathy and Victor Merchant, we don't have any fencing because we don't need it on, that side of the property. You cannot really see Victor and Kathy's house because there's so much, trees and vegetation. So it's not an issue now. And if it is with the merchants, we would, happily discuss that with them. I think that's all that I have to say, unless anybody has any questions for Anthony or Janelle or I.
Did you have a question, Mike?
No, I'm good.
No, I meant Mike Vivaldi.
Oh,
No, okay. Does anybody else in the public want to speak? I don't see any raised hands.
so just one question.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if I'm out of line by asking the question, is the home you're building in the back gonna be for your daughter?
Yes, the home in the back is going to be for my daughter. And one more thing I'd like to mention, I forgot about the property line. So we can figure that out with Jack. We know that we have to do that. We have to, do something there. But we started here with the Conservation Commission before we went further down the process road, as you call it. Just to see if this will, be approved before we, start really investing heavily into plans and stuff. And we were thinking, I know it does say slab here, but we were thinking, to give Janelle as much space as possible to have like a half basement, not particularly for her to access, only to see with cameras, but to put the furnace and, the water heater and all that, because with the wheelchair, you do need quite a bit of room to manipulate. So if we could put that in a basement portion, and I don't foresee that it's going to be any deeper or different than our current foundation, which we don't have a problem with.
All right. I don't really, I understand what you're saying. I see the merchants have their hand up.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and talk. You want to talk?
Yeah, we haven't been able to talk this whole meeting. Nobody could hear us.
Hey, just go ahead and talk and tell them what you want to know.
Well, now you can.
Hello?
Hello.
We can
Hear you.
hear you.
Victor, he's waiting for you to talk.
I would like to question why you would approve another lot when there's a building on that lot. I don't understand that at all. As far as the Conservation Commission about cutting trees, I'm looking at the plans and to me, there's a lot of X's on these trees. Does that mean they're being removed?
I think those are spot grades.
They're what?
I think those are just spot grades, given the elevations at that X, the elevation of the existing ground.
No, there's, all right. We basically missed this whole meeting.
Well,
I'm really just stunned at what's going on. Nobody could listen to what we were saying. Everybody's talking but couldn't hear. We couldn't hear. You couldn't hear us at all. So as far as I'm concerned, I am so upset with this meeting. I don't have anything else to say. Probably going to go see a lawyer.
Through the chair,
go ahead.
Mr. Mershon, I'm sorry,
We're having trouble. We were having trouble with our speaker here. And I
Okay.
just got it activated. We could hear what was being said.
okay,
He's
so let me,
because he couldn't say something sooner, that's all.
well, the process goes that the petitioner, we open the meeting up, the petitioner speaks and their attorney and their representative, they present the project to the commission. Then the commission speaks first. The commission has the opportunity to ask questions. And at the end, when we're finished asking our questions, we open it up to the public. So,
Right, I understand that.
So you can
I
say,
realize that's how it goes. He's just all worked up about it, that's all.
there's nothing to be worked up about. This is the process,
Yeah.
the time in the public hearing for this project that you have the opportunity and ability to speak. So if you wish to, feel relaxed and calm down, if you have questions about something, about the project, this is the time you can bring up your questions and your issues and ask questions to the attorney and the petitioner. So feel free, relax, you can ask your questions.
I'm not ready to ask questions.
He could,
I'm just not ready.
you know, the only question that I was concerned with was whether it was a single-story home or if it was gonna be a multiple-story home. Other than that, the issues we have with our water, with the beavers, is just beaver dams being built and flooding us. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with raining or anything else. So, whoever the woman was that spoke before on it, that's the problem. And the city is responsible for it because the dams are on their property. Personally, I don't see how that's going to affect our property if a house is built 11 feet away from the water. So, other than that, I don't have any other questions.
Through the chair,
Okay.
Jack, I'd like to ask another question. Is the Avolo revocable trust lot on the front of the property at Pine Street and the lot 2B in the back of the property, are those two separate lots?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that answered, that question answered. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else in the public want to speak? I don't see anybody.
I said,
Oh, I see Janet Avola has her hand up again.
Oh.
Yes? No?
No, actually, Janelle and Anthony would like to speak, please.
Okay. Chanel?
Hi, as my mom said, I'm 29 years old and I would like to live independently with a fully accessible kitchen. So I would be able to cook and do things for myself with some assistance.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Janet Vola, again, I'd like to, just to address one more thing, is
Go
that
ahead.
this is proposed as a single family, just one, one floor, it's not multi-story or anything like that.
Yeah, the only concern that I would, you indicated you wanted to have an area below the living area for utilities, and I would caution that if that area gets wet, you're still in trouble. Yeah, I understand you want to put it someplace out of the way, and and use the available space for living, and getting around in a wheelchair. But you want to make sure that the property, that the land under is maintained as dry, so you don't have a problem with utilities.
Yes,
Just my advice.
I do understand that. So I'll just give you a little bit of background that my dad happened to give to me when we bought this house. So my dad grew up and lived in Peabody his whole life and actually on the same street as I do. And he said that years ago, what happened is where our property was like a gravel pit. So it was all gravel and they took gravel out where the office buildings are to build Logan Airport. So our yard is all gravel. It's just all gravel.
So it
So,
doesn't, it drains forever.
right. So it just, and like I said, fortunately, we haven't had an issue with the, the water table being high or flooding or,
Good.
wet basement or
Mm,
anything
no.
like that.
Again, that was my only concern when you mentioned you have a utilities below grade.
So if you, for the chair, so if you wanted to, revise the plan and don't, and,
Yeah.
and put a basement in, then you just need to change this plan, and you wanna just check with your engineer that that'll be okay, drainage wise. The wetland is down at elevation 60 and your finished floor, the slab elevation is 71, so you're 11 feet up, and if you put a basement in, you're still 4 feet above, probably above groundwater, so it's probably not gonna be a concern, So if you think you'd like to put a basement in, then you probably should do that. So,
I'd like to just add to Mike's comment that if the plan gets revised, I'd like to see the plan revised to show the distance from the wetlands to the poster mill fence on. I don't know why it's not already identified. I don't believe it is. It shows other distances, but not the wetland flagging to the edge of like the disturbance.
Tell them it shows it to the, no, just tell them.
Sean, would you make note of that to
Sure.
identify the distance and label it, mark it?
3 places.
From
The wetlands,
each flag or,
No, just maybe like on one side. I don't know what direction.
2 or 3 places.
Maybe like
we'll
in
do it in 3 places.
two spots, 3 spots, 3 places. That's 2 or 3 is much appreciated.
Yep. We're happy to do that.
And obviously the change the slab to full basement or something like that, whatever it's going to be.
so, moving forward, I think this is a viable project. And I would hope that, you have an opportunity to work that out with zoning in the city so that you don't have to remove the pool. Sounds like it's an important part of, staying healthy, and so I would think maybe you could change the property line maybe, but I'll leave that up to you with, zoning, but, I wouldn't, I'm not saying, I don't have a requirement that that building needs to be removed. I just want to make sure that what we're approving is okay, since there's another piece of a dwelling on that property. But the only thing is, if you do go and you do seek out, guidance from zoning or the building department on this matter, if they make you do something, you'd have to come back to us again, because it'd be additional work within the buffer
Sure.
zone. Okay,
So, do I have a motion to approve with conditions?
To close
no,
the
no.
meeting?
I have one more,
Go ahead.
guess a comment. I am in support of this project, but of course, what I brought up earlier, you can see why I brought it up. And I just wanted to know that if somehow, like, for some reason, a neighbor was able to link some future flooding on their property with this, with this dwelling, if we approve this dwelling, would they be able to go after the city for damages? I just, that's my only concern.
I
No,
would,
No.
but one more, just, so one point of information is, we have projects come before us. We get notified from the city through zoning that certain projects go before zoning. Zoning gets projects that come before us, so we get, so we kind of communicate together. To me, it's not a good way to present a project to bring something to the commission that shows an encumbrance of some type that raises the question, and you say it's not why is it a conservation issue? It's part of the departments working together to look out and see these kind of things. And it's important that these things get worked out ahead of time, and not to come to the commission because this is the most difficult part and get us to approve something before you have to go back and do something else relative to an encumbrance from a building or a structure. So let's just try to keep that in mind, as we work together. Just we would probably have been done with this hearing tonight a long time ago without having to bring this matter up. So
Well said, Michael.
Anybody else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, a roll call.
you got a second?
Seconded.
Okay.
All right, that motion was made by Mr. Vivaldi, seconded by Ms. Green, and I do just want to say that I noticed that Commissioner Athis showed up, and I am uncertain if he was here for the whole presentation and if he's planning on voting. If he could just let us know before I do this roll call.
Plan on voting.
What?
I don't plan on voting on this.
All right, so that would mean that I believe Brian Cassidy would have voting privileges. I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call with Arthur not voting on this one. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
and Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
and actually Commissioner Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that would pass 7-0 closed.
I should make a
So
motion.
that closes the public hearing. Now I need a motion on this project.
I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Somebody was swearing.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
Do I hear conditions?
With the revision that they amend the plan with the revision date, Mr. Kilty, with the revision date showing the change of date.
Yes.
And there be at least 3 granite posts with no disturb markers on them.
And post and rail fence as it stands.
Yes.
In the revised plan, you guys are asking for to show the basement and to label the edge of the resource to the post and rail, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And I believe this plan does show, Jack, it shows the granite posts, correct?
Yes.
It shows one granite post.
Yes.
So it sounds like you guys are asking for 2 more, correct?
No. No, that's not what they asked for.
Or is 1 sufficient?
Well, it's how many, I think this related to posts with no disturb markers on them. And typically a granite post would last longer than anything else.
So you would like the plan to be revised showing that it's a granite post?
It shows as granite.
It shows, but
yeah.
I think we need more than 1, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, how many?
How
Yeah,
many?
Maybe
more
1,
here.
but
Here and here.
Sure.
I would say at least 2.
all right.
For a total of 3, correct?
Okay, that'd be fine. Yep.
It's fine.
All right, so that motion has been made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Ms. Green. As long as everyone is okay with those conditions, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hera.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you and good luck on your project.
And through the
Item
chair, before
2.
you read the next one, I just want to say, since author Athos is here, he is now the voting member, so he will bump and Jamie is allowed to discuss but not vote. And just remember, guys, if you weren't at all the meetings, you can't vote, all of you.
Okay.
Next door, San Novena.
Keep it going,
Was-
Stu.
Item 2. Continued public hearing and notice of intent submitted by Goddard Consulting LLC, Tom Schutz, for trustee of 18 Carroll Road, nominee trust Gilbert Alexio Figo. The proposed work is the construction of an extension to
Yeah.
Carroll Road with associated grading to be used as snow storage area. Property is known as 18, a turnaround and driveway for single family house within a buffer zone of BVW. Property is known as 18 Carroll Road, map 57, lot 74N in Peabody, Mass. This was originally started in December 13th of 2023. Is that Jack's project also?
Yes. John Kelty, 40 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass. 01960, appearing on behalf of the Realty Trust that is Gil Alexo Filo, trustee of 18 Carroll Road, nominee trust. Most recently, we had a meeting in City Hall. At that meeting, we came away with some significant, we resolved some issues. If you recall, when this was first filed, we showed a roadway about 40 feet wide. Since that meeting, the Public Services Director and Lucia and Stuart Lazarus were all present at the meeting, ward counselor, and we discussed minimizing that driveway so that we would pick up 14 feet in width on the at the end of the pavement, and then continue that into the area which is going to provide the access to the house itself. The foundation is already in. Rick Salvo is here to explain, if necessary, what we've done. We had a discussion about why it would make more sense for the roadway to be limited from the end of the pavement all the way into what's referred to as Lot 14. We've taken heed of some of the recommendations made at that meeting, which was inclusive of providing a depression at the end and an energy dissipator at the end of our swaling area. We have continued to provide our drip edges to the edge of the roadway so that the driveway, any runoff that it created would be somewhat absorbed in the drip edge crushed stone area and then directed into our sump areas. We are not directing water directly into the wetland. The runoff from the structures, the proposed structure will be collected in a dry well in the back of the property, and then would dissipate from the dry well into the soils. The Public Services Director suggested that and Donald Kahn was also at the meeting. I have forwarded a license agreement to Don for his review, and at the same time, or day earlier, I forwarded a conservation easement, which would be granted to the city of Peabody. Conservation Commission is very, very boilerplate. It says that no activity can take place with in the easement area, the conservation easement area, which is all to the left of where we propose the driveway and construction. I do make reference to possible recreation in the event that the city were to ever want any kind of paths, or even if there are existing paths. If the commission would like any reference to possible recreation area being removed, I'm happy to do that. At the time of the issuance of the order of conditions, we would simultaneously execute the conservation easement, providing the conservation easement over that whole area on the other side of the driveway. The license agreement would give us the authority. The city would be granting us a license to build that section of roadway that is in the public layout. That section is beyond the last driveway, and they would be granting us a license to be able to hook up to utilities and to utilize the area contained within the public layout. I believe that Rick's most recent plan reflects all of the changes that were agreed to at this meeting at City Hall. And Rick, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think you pretty well covered it. I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
So both of us are happy to answer questions.
Anybody on the commission have any questions?
Through the commission, through the chair, I recall I forget the gentleman's name, the DPS gentleman,
Will Politz?
Will Bullets?
Will, yes, his thinking, his reasoning was that the property owner should build a minimum of 40-foot wide roadway to, for access and public and safety. And now this change of philosophy, I'm just curious to know what's the reasoning? If you can elaborate a little bit, if you know.
I don't think, Michael, that the public services director had ever weighed in with respect to a need for the 40-foot layout. Rick Salvo had designed the original plan and then given an alternative plan, which precipitated the meeting. We felt that narrowing the driveway in, even the access from the end of the pavement, that narrowing that would have a less of an impact on our wetlands, and at the same time would be narrowing that public section into 14-foot wide. Also prevents the city from having to maintain a retaining wall that would need be built in the if we made it a 40-foot layout, we would have to cut in to the existing elevations and then create it in, is that you, Mr. Salvo, that's pointing us out, or is it Lucia?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Retaining
So
wall would have
that's
been
the
over
area
here.
where we will, the city will not have to maintain a ret wall in the future. And so it was never the recommendation of the Public Services Department that we build it out. Rick had designed it that way. And then we came to an understanding that it would be better not to build it out to 40 feet wide.
Yeah, and just a correction on that, Mike, is 12 feet wide, not 14 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Close.
Not to dispute you, John, but I was at a meeting on site with Rick and many other people one day, and Mr. Will Paulus was there, and he was was definitely favoring a roadway versus a driveway, and now it's a driveway. So I do recall Mr. Pollitt's favoring and recommending a roadway, maybe not 40, but like a 26 or some sort of public roadway with sidewalks and, minimal for public safety. But I understand I understand your response, and thank you.
I believe the meeting that was held in City Hall was subsequent to the site visit, correct?
Of course, yes, it was, yes.
And so, I mean, I agree with Counselor Kelty's explanation about what was said by Will Pullitz. And it makes the job, it no longer allows trucks to go up and down there either. And it gets rid of the retaining wall problem for a city, so. Anybody else?
And so the conservation easement will be transferred at the time of notice of intent and order of conditions you mentioned?
As soon as it is approved by the city solicitor, we would execute it and record it.
Yep.
So it could actually be go on almost with the order.
Through the chair, I just had
Go ahead.
with regard to the conservation, easement, just so I can define the conservation easement, is the left side of the layout line that goes into the petitioner's property, that dash line that's 8347. So is that all in the conservation easement?
Yes,
That's correct. It's this whole side.
Okay, because I saw the conservation easement within the wetland area. I'm going, that didn't make sense
Oh,
to
yeah.
me. All right, I understand it now. Okay. All right.
Anybody else?
Does anybody from the public want us?
I don't
Speak.
see any hands raised. Let me look again.
If not, I did have a question.
Yeah, I don't see any hands raised. Does anybody?
Yes, there are two hands raised. I'm gonna go ahead and promote Stan to a panelist, and Diane Dyer also had her hand raised.
All right, I didn't see her. But okay, go ahead. Is Diane there?
They have both been promoted. I see them. So they should be able to unmute. I think Stan's about to unmute.
Yeah, I just unmuted.
Okay.
To the chair, Stanley Griglick, Huntington Wood, 4503 Deerfield Circle. I've been at several meetings and watched the progress and been involved with on-site visits, including with Mike Higgins, our Ward 6 counselor. And I've made some statements in the past. Some things have definitely changed for the better. But I think the most favorable part of the final changes do help the Conservation Commission related to the wetlands. But they definitely don't help the neighbors and residents of Corral Road. I know I've questioned about the stone drip edge. I don't think that works properly. I don't know much about this added dissipator, but I expect there would be over time some damage, destruction, upheaval of the stone trench and cause seepage and so on into the wetlands. But that's up to the commission to decide on any conditions. As far as a future item, I was just concerned if on this property, if an in-ground pool or above-ground pool were to be added, where that would be because of the nature of the design. because then that could possibly be something that might affect not only the Corral Road residents, but back again, Huntington Wood on our Woodbridge Road side. So something to make note of. One thing I would like to see or as an abutter for Huntington would be a sign, both not just on the wetland side of this roadway, but also on facing Huntington that says absolutely no dumping of hazardous materials and any other type of description that you would put that would be something from a normal ordinance, not just snow. The road change to 12 feet is good, as far as, you know, but the height of the road, where it ends, there's a deep downgrade, and it still exacerbates the current stormwater flow, creating a severe drainage issue and damages downstream to Corral Road residents, including washout erosion on Pierce, downward on Pierce Road. Mike Higgins had gotten the DPS to fill the entire length of Pierce Road about 3-4 weeks ago, and I inspected it recently after last week's heavy rains, and it's all pretty much almost all washed out away, what was filled by the DPS. So that's a concern as far as stormwater flow. Stormwater flow runoff from the building is not a problem. They did a good job with their design for the rear, but it doesn't take care of anything related to downward into Corral Road, and especially with a downgrade. I have some concern about the new designated area to plow and dump the snow. So the berm that exists with the pavement that's there is very low. And on the right side, since you're narrowing the road now you've created a side area that I'm not sure what it's filled with other than the regular earth that's there and stones now, grading, that this is on the odd number side, that you could plow snow there. That's on the facing the end of 15 Corral Road or 3 Pierce, that owner. But the opposite side on 16 Corral, it shows the other part right in front of that area where the stone wall was supposed to hold back an area there. So I believe that's right smack in that person's edge of their driveway. So I don't think you could be dumping any snow over there. And as far as the area where you were going to put a supporting wall, if everybody's been there to see this, the street pole that holds all the electricity that feeds up to 16 Corral and probably is going to feed this new development, it would have to be pretty severely into the ground, because that whole area has got nothing but loose rocks and earth holding that pole together. And I expect that with the narrowing of the road and no retention wall of any kind, that's going to erode, and that whole pole and everything could come down. So I don't know if people looked at that carefully, but especially even construction could cause a disruption there.
I know it.
Let me just finish. I'm looking at some notes. I did that. So the last thing I want to make, it's not the last thing, but it's one of the things I want to point out. I'm noting that I believe, after my observation many times in the area, that it's an oversight by Peabody Engineering and DPS to not have a double graded catch basin minimum at the lower base of the current bottom of the grading of the public road portion after this land, or at the corner of Corral Road and Pierce Road on the odd number side, connected to the catch basin about 500 feet down Corral Road to mitigate excessive stormwater flow
especially in rains of 0.5 to 1.5 inches per hour. I know this is not the commission's responsibility, but I wanted to make a statement about this and have it be recorded. This needs to be exactly like what was done by the city on Forenza, which is the next road over, and the wetlands actually goes in that area. They have a catch basin facing Pierce where Corral doesn't on its side facing Pierce. And they also have a double catch basin on the corner, not but maybe 20 feet to the corner of that and Hammerich that catches all the rest of the water. Okay, and that area isn't getting flooded. That doesn't have a higher grade level in front of it. But here we do with 18. There's probably at least a 6-foot drop in that area. And even with a narrow road where it's impervious, there's going to be pretty heavy water coming down that road. And then with the snow piled on those sides, that's going to be an additional issue. The other thing I'm concerned about is where there are berms, both up where the trench is as well as the rest of the way down, because there is a small berm in front of 15 Corral's property until it gets to his driveway. And I want to make note, it looks like the applicant here is in the diagram suggesting to try to work with the owner of 15 Corral Road to build some kind of they use an apron in front of his driveway to help alleviate some of the water, but that's not going to overcome that. One other thing to mention, there's a marker on there for a painted water connection. That connection is at least 40 feet off from where it really is, further down on Corral Road. Just want to make note of that. And I don't know what to say about, what about fire trucks and ambulances and other vehicles now that this road, and including those snow storage areas, how they're going to have access, because I know that I see from the last change also the hydrant is moved as well. So 12 feet, that's going to be pretty tough for fire trucks to get to this property with a fire. And the hydrant will be down before the driveway of 14 Corral Road. I'm sorry, 16 Corral Road. So in the end, to me, what is going to be done for all the residents on the odd number side of Corral Road who will be further impacted by heavier stormwater flow with no catch basins currently. And that's all I have to say, other than for Huntington, we don't have any current item here left that would be an objection as an abutter of Huntington Wood. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Gil Alexio's got his hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just regarding the poll, we have had a conversation with Peabody Municipal, and that poll will get dropped to the current grading, so that's not going to be up high the way it is right now. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Dyer. Diane, you have to unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to introduce you to Des Tihonen, who lives at 15 Corral or 3 Pierce. That's abuts the end of 18 Corral Road there. Des, here's the floor.
Yeah, this is Des Tihonen, 3 Pierce Road with an alternate address of 15 Corral in West Peabody. A couple of things I guess I'm concerned about. First of all, the snow storage. Exactly what does that mean? Can anybody answer that question?
I'd be happy to answer if you want, Mr. Chairman. right now, the end of Corral Road is right here. When DPS plows, they plow to the end of the road. They had requested that we maintain some areas inside of their right of way for them to be able to plow the snow to either side of the driveway, just like they do now. This area, by the way, is all outside of the purview of the Conservation Commission. It's all outside of the 100-foot buffer zone.
Right, depending on where it is, though, it could have an effect on the water flow and so on.
It's no different than it is now.
Well, right now you put the snow at the end of the corral, and my neighbor at 16 Corral often has difficulty getting out of her driveway in the wintertime because the snow backs up and partly fills up her driveway. But if that's going to be pushed further up the hill, that will relieve her of that problem. But I'm still not quite sure. Is the snow going to be pushed to the side to store it, or what happens with that?
That's what DPS had requested us to do.
Okay,
Right.
so there won't be an embankment of snow straight ahead on the road or driveway.
That's correct.
The other question I have, Corral Road, from the end of its current end, rises up about 5 or 6 feet to the level of where the foundation is built. Is that going to continue and be a straight run down, or is it going to slope towards the rear of the property? I'm concerned about the amount of rain coming down, hitting a paved area that's longer than we have now. And is that all going to come down Corral Road?
So the grade is basically it will be a continuation from the end of Corral Road where it is up to the foundation, so it does rise in grade. The driveway is all pitched from east to west towards a stone infiltration trench. So it will have a tendency to run off to the side, not run straight down Corral Road and onto the paved surface of Corral Road.
A little bit of luck.
Yeah.
Can you exemplify or give me a little bit more information about the reference to a recreation area?
Oh,
Where-
was that in my? Yeah, we are proposing no recreation area. My standard conservation easement does mention no activity, no construction, no dredging, no filling. And then it does say, it does reference the availability of outdoor recreation, if any. In this instance, there are no paths through here that I'm aware of. So the reference to outdoor recreation, in my opinion, could be, we could remove that.
Good idea.
Well, I guess essentially that has nothing to do with the Conservation Commission, does it? Well, it will be affecting their property, yeah.
Yes, it does have to do with the conservation in the sense that if they saw a need for some paths in there, then we would allow walking to take place. So
Right.
right now we reference it only as if any, if possible.
Okay, the only thing I'm still
We're
concerned
not planning
about,
on building anything or providing any outdoor recreation.
yeah. The only thing I guess I'm still concerned about is the continuous slope of Corral Road from the end of the driveway down to the current Corral Road. That's a long piece of property to collect rain in spite of whatever gravel or whatever you're going to put on the side. But that's the way it goes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I need a little more clarification about the recreation piece there. You're saying it won't happen? You're taking it right out of the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, what I'm envisioning is down the road, people are going to be riding their bikes through there to get up to the 128 Route 1 new project and connect with 18 Corral Road and come down Corral. I guess I'm imagining things, but if there's no recreation area planned for it, then it's not legit. It's not
And
going to
there
be
is
some-
no recreation area currently there, or is there any area planned?
Okay. Perfect. Okay, I think we're good here. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody? Anybody else? Does anybody want to speak? Counselor Higgins, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello, Michael
Hi.
Higgins, Ward Counselor, 7 Catherine Drive, and I just wanted to comment on, I think Commissioner Vivaldi had a question about Mr. Politz's change. And you are correct, Mr. Vivaldi, that Will Politz was definitely looking at a full road, and I believe he, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was looking at the city ordinances and the requirements of the roads that we have, and that, the width, the sidewalk, trees, all kinds of those things. And I think in this case, we've had a reasonable outcome where we've had an outpouring of suggestions and discussions with the residents of Carroll Road, and in this case, it looks like the applicant and his design team has gone out of their way to heed some of the suggestions as much as they can by and shrinking the width of the road. And Mr. Politz has shifted, and also due to the comments from everyone involved, commission included, and folks from Huntington Woods, Stan, and others. He definitely, when we discussed it last and talked about an 11-foot or so tall retaining wall, it was just not something that he felt was feasible for the city of Peabody to maintain, 15, 20 years down the road. He felt strongly that that may not hold up. So he went with the more narrow road or driveway, if you will, and so this seemingly has the least amount of impact, as opposed to a 40 or 50-foot wide road going up there. I just wanted to allay some of the fears too from some of the residents who've called in, especially the folks in Carroll Road that have concerns about the water runoff. I also am concerned about that and the impact on the homes on that road. Will Politz also commented on the crushed stone. I believe Mr. Salvo may recall that the stone that was in the original drawing was, I think Will felt the diameter was too small. He wanted maybe perhaps larger stones. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but we're still going to be battling with the water runoff and the storm drains that Stan mentioned being really far down the road there, 500 feet or whatever it is down the road. That's going to be a problem for me. That'll be on my plate. We'll continue to work beyond this project. We'll continue to work on that with the city, and we'll find out what is feasible as far as adding storm drains further up the road there to help alleviate some of the drainage issues that people are experiencing right now. So I will continue to work on that, and that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And informative. Thanks, Mike. Anybody else? Go ahead, Mike.
For the chair?
Yeah.
So with regard to, after hearing everything from the neighbors, and I'm well aware, familiar with the how this project has evolved and where we are today. So my question to the engineer would be, first question would be, do we know what the soil types are in that area, especially where the stone drip edge is, and what the permeability of the underlying soil for that?
We haven't really done test pits in that particular area, but having worked around on the adjacent property, and if you look at the backfill around this foundation, it's all a good granular material. So I don't anticipate any issue with that being able to infiltrate store and infiltrate the flow generated by the driveway. Keep in mind, we're only talking about a 12-foot wide driveway now, about 125 feet long versus, we've downsized that now from a 24-foot wide road with a sidewalk of the same length. So it's much less stormwater that's coming off the site now. And this, in my opinion, goes above and beyond. As you know, the Wetlands Protection Act exempts single-family dwellings from having to provide any stormwater controls. Here, we're infiltrating the roof of the dwelling and the dry well, and infiltrating the runoff from the road. We provided calculations to Mr. Politz to back up the size of that system, and he indicated that he was satisfied with it.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question, Mike, before you leave that subject. I have one question. Who maintains the gravel along the driveway?
The homeowner.
So if it gets filled up with dirt, eventually it's got to be vacuumed out or something?
Well, that's why if you look at this detail over here, there's a filter fabric underneath the top 4 inches. So if it was ever to get clogged up, the top 4 inches comes off, gets scraped off against the filter fabric, and just gets relayed. You don't have to replace the whole trench.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll finish my questioning. So with regard to that, the stone drip edge, one of my concerns is, it's great to hear that the underlying soils are good and provide good permeability for stormwater. My concerns are during the winter months when there's snow and ice, and the stone dissipator or drip edge is packed with ice, and you get rain and so forth. It's not going to be effective. It's not going to really pick up any drainage. But I have a suggestion. Because the stone drip edge is good because with the fabric around it, it acts like a pipe. So generally you have like a drain pipe. My suggestion might be at the location where you're showing the larger energy dissipator, a 6 foot by 10. And I was wondering if at that location you installed a gutter inlet, and a gutter inlet with no sump. It's a gutter inlet that is filled with stone, and at the top, at the surface, you would put a frame and grate on top of that. So as the stone dissipator does its work and the stormwater goes into the stone and dissipates in severe rainstorms, and or maybe if there's icing conditions, that water would still be able to collect the flow of any runoff. But then if you had a gutter inlet with a casting on top, the water would be able to go into the ground, and the promotion of infiltration would be better served. I think it might be a more guaranteed to handle that runoff from the driveway and the property. So it's just a suggestion. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't put some kind of a drain in that and then pipe it back into the stone that's underneath there. Work the same way.
Right, so you'd actually have a drainage structure picking up the runoff from that property at that location.
Yeah, I mean, we could even do one better, and we could stick a dry well down there.
Yep. Yeah.
Rather than messing with the gutter inlet, we could just buy a Shea precast 500-gallon dry well with a traditional frame and grate and put it right on top of that and fill the whole end of that with stone.
Perfect. That would be my suggestion.
We're happy to incorporate that in a plan if the commission would be so kind as to condition it rather than have us come back with another plan.
Okay. That was it. That was my comment. Back to you, Stu.
Is there anybody that wants to speak against this project in the public?
That hasn't already spoken.
Have they already done that?
Okay, then we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to close made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Vivaldi. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi, Secretary,
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Green.
I'm not gonna be voting on any of this one.
Okay, Commissioner Comack
Yes.
and Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so that would be closed 5-1 with Amanda voting, not voting or voting no, Amanda. Like voting present.
I'm not voting. Yeah, just present.
Okay, so 5-1 with Amanda not voting.
Abstaining, is that called abstaining?
Well, it's like present.
Who said no?
Not voting no, she's not voting yes.
So it's
4-0.
5-0-1.
Abstention.
It would be 5-1. Didn't I? Isn't author? Didn't I call author's name? No, Commissioner Athos.
I said yes.
All right, so it would be 5-1. How is my math wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 people. 5 minus 1 is Amanda said she's voting present. So it's 5-1 with Amanda. 5 yes, Amanda is
Was
1.
no.
I think it's a
Lucia, who
zero.
was no? Who said no?
No, you have to put that she's whatever.
I think it's
Sure,
5-0.
You tell me, and then I'll go run it by Attorney Khan after. But you guys, it's normally, this is how I've been doing it for 18 years. It's 5-1 with Amanda voting present. But if you guys want me to run a new way of doing it by Attorney Khan, I will gladly do that.
That's fine. I
Do
think
we have a motion for an order?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Is there a
And-
second?
I'll second.
You want to read them off, Mike?
Okay, recommended conditions would be items 1 through 50 with the following: erosion controls must be refreshed and reviewed by the staff before work can commence. Conservation easement must be reviewed and approved by the city solicitor and must be recorded at the registry of deeds. Either before or at the same time the order of conditions is recorded. Granite posts with signs shall remain in perpetuity. Snow shall never be pushed towards the resource area and must be stockpiled as shown on the approved plan. Storm drip edge and dissipator shall be maintained by the property owner in perpetuity. And add that we're gonna revise this plan. If you can get us a new plan just showing the addition is gonna be a dry well installed at the location of the energy dissipator with a framing grate on top of that. And you could provide a detail to go with that. If
Do I
that's
hear a
okay.
second?
What the fuck happened here? How did I?
Do I hear a second?
The motion was already made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Vivaldi, and then Mike started reading off the conditions, and then I would add condition 56, the license agreement needs to be executed before work commences as well, which that could probably be added to 52, the conservation easement. We just got the license agreement, I think, like yesterday or the day before.
Okay. So moved.
All right, roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
and Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 5, and I'm counting Amanda as 1 because she is a member and she is voting present.
Fine, that's correct.
All right, so we're all set. We just need that revised plan, please.
Great. Thanks for your help, everyone. I know it was a long road. I appreciate everyone hanging in there.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Next item 3. Continue public hearing and notice of intent submitted by Wetlands Land Management, Inc., William Manuel for JND Real Estate Solutions LLC, John DeCoulis. Proposed work is a demolition of an existing single-family home and redevelopment of parcel into 3 townhouses style units with access driveway, garage parking, landscaping, stormwater management facilities, new utilities. The work also includes 650 square foot of filled wetlands and replication areas. Property is known as 24.5 North Central Street, map 64, lot 28. We started looking at this back on February 7. I'm not sure.
My name is John Kelty, and I'm
ahead,
appearing
John.
on behalf. I'm sorry, we ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't realize I didn't know who was on the.
Yep.
I didn't know you were the lawyer. Go ahead.
So this matter has been before the board. We did receive, for a couple of months, we did receive comments from the DEP, which we've addressed. We also had comments from the commission itself with respect to our original proposal being for 3 units. We have now downsized that so that we're now proposing 2 units, which places us in a category of there not being any review of the stormwater management. However, we've addressed the DEP comments. We've addressed comments that were brought up by Bob Langley, and there were some 8 issues that were presented. And in a letter dated July 1, Mr. Billy Manuel, who originally was shepherding this matter before through the Conservation Commission, he ended up on vacation. He submitted a new report which advised the commission how the plans had changed. And those were the last and most recent filings. We believe we are now in a position to be requesting an order of conditions unless the board has further needs, matters that we'd like to address or you'd like us to address. As I mentioned, Mr. Manuel is on vacation. However, Mr. Chris Mello is here to answer and address any questions with respect to the plan prepared by Eastern Land Survey.
Anybody on the commission wish to comment? Nobody?
Well, through the chair, there was a bunch of questions that I had with regard to the constructability of the stormwater system and handling a runoff, and I think that's been resolved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else on the commission? Anybody in the public wish to speak for this project?
Yes, I'm promoting a Mr. Stevens.
Thank you.
Hello, you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Paul Stevens, 24 North Central Street. I'm 2 houses over from the proposed sites. I'll start off with the conclusion. My only issue is the alteration of the buffer zone. The imprint of the new structure proposed, it's pretty much the same size as the existing house, no problem there. The alteration of just the buffer zone. So some issues that I see that are going to be a problem, not in the dry months, but in any of the wet seasons. Our storms are getting worse. You know, water is really building up pretty quickly. The retaining wall. The retaining wall's blocking an approximate 1,860 square feet of what was buffer zone. With the drain system that they're proposing, it's only going to act as a one-way valve. So water is going to be able to enter the wetland, but when water levels rise, it's not going to be able to go back into that system. When the water levels rise, when it hits the bottom of the retaining wall, the bottom of the retaining wall from the pictures that I see is an estimated 4 inches to 6 inches below the current grade. So when water levels get to that 6 inches, once it hits that wall, it's not going to pass through the wall on that property. It's going to get diverted into somebody else's property. Then I had a couple of questions that it didn't really specify in the plans. The impervious barrier, is that a one-piece barrier that's going to go around 4 sides and possibly the top of the proposed drainage structure? Or is that going to be overlapping fabrics, I guess you would call it, or plastics or rubbers or whatever? If it is overlapping, water's going to find its way through those seams. It's going to realistically act as an open drain. And that open drain, it's never going to go onto their own property. It's going to flow right into the neighbor's property. Murphy's Law, it's just how it's going to happen. And I don't want to see, even for the future, this retaining wall starts being a problem. This property is going to be sold, and it's going to open the future owners up to litigation. I think we really need to look at their best interest, their future best interest in doing a retaining wall. I would like to see no change to the ground. The neighbors that are affected, and we understand and accept that every year, twice a year, in some cases, we lose X amount of land. X amount of our land is unusable. It's spongy. It stays spongy. But for the most part, it comes up to those natural levels, slowly recedes back. Once you start altering that, 1,860 square feet, that's 1,860 square feet that my neighbor and I are going to have to divide and lose 900 square feet each. I don't think it's fair to the neighbors to have to deal with somebody else's project that they're just trying to make $1 off of. We have to live here. They're trying to make $1 and they're going to move on to possibly destroy somebody else's property. So I'm not opposed to them, developing the land with, just don't alter anything past the proposed building structure. I don't think the system's going to work. I don't think the system that I forget the name of the system, the recharging beds, it's not even being implemented right. So those recharging beds are supposed to be subsurface, and they're going on top of the grade that's existent. And then they're building the land around it. It's kind of just a smoke and mirrors. It's eye candy. It's not really gonna work how everybody wants it to work. It's supposed to be subgrade. It's supposed to be a two-way valve. So any rising waters gets to go flow back into the system. This is going to be a one-way valve. It's just smoke and mirrors. I would like to see nothing change from the existing structure back. And then lastly, I'm just curious because one of the commissioners brought up the question of how are they going to guarantee that they're not touching the wetlands themselves? My question is, who's policing that? Is it going to be DEP that's going to do periodic checks to make sure that they don't enter the wetlands themselves? Or is it going to be the Conservation Commission? And how does that look? Is it going to be random checks? Is it going to be a scheduled check? Is it going to be, and that's pretty much my only concerns,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Through the chair, I would like to speak after Mr. Stevens. He just brought up a couple good points. I can talk about the monitoring of it in a bit, but before I forget, Mike Rizzo, I was doing the minutes and you said pretty much exactly what Mr. Stevens just said. You said that the grades weren't matching and that it was going to be above the elevation. Do you see what he's talking about? And do you still, I'm almost positive that's what you said. And I didn't finish the minutes and my whole computer got wiped today, so I don't have them. But I'm almost positive you said at the last meeting pretty much what he said. You said that the grades weren't matching, and then it's going to be sticking up out of the ground. And while you're looking at that, sorry to put you on the spot, Mr. Stevens, what would normally happen is they would have to put some erosion controls down, and then I would come and check out the erosion controls. And then no one should be going on the other side of those erosion controls. And really, you neighbors are my eyes. If something's awry, you need to call me, you need to email me, and then I come out. But it basically just starts out erosion control line. And we go from there and see what happens. I'm not going to be driving down the street, I'm going to check out the erosion. And then if you guys see something that you think I need to come out, you guys are my eyes and my ears.
So on the plans, they weren't actually, whoever was representing that property wasn't able to give an exact determination of where that retaining wall starts, how much they need to prep for that retaining wall, and where the wetlands begin. So the end of the wall plus erosion controls, what's the wiggle room? We don't know that. We never really got an answer to that. On the pictures, it looks like there is no wiggle room. You would have to use like a pile driver pylon to essentially cut off that, and that's the erosion control itself, like they do on building bridges in a harbor or something. It doesn't, on the plans, it doesn't look like there's enough room even for that erosion control. And I do, in all fairness, I'm happy that they looked at this system. I'm happy that they're looking for, to fix any possible problems. It is kind of above and beyond. It's just not a practical system. I do appreciate them taking that avenue, looking at that.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
I'm looking at my old notes and stuff, and I'm trying to find the stuff from the last meeting. I did see something, and maybe the petitioner can bring this up. There was a response from Bill with regard to all the questions that I had, and I think he had an answer for them. Can you find that in your files?
That is to who, Mike?
To you, or to whoever is presenting the project tonight.
Yes, I found the letter. It's item number 3 in that July 1, 2024, where Bill says that Commissioner Rizzo correctly noted a discrepancy of the measurement of the estimated seasonal high water table on the detail on sheet 3. The estimated season high water table was determined by a Massachusetts licensed soil evaluator, and the separation distance has been corrected to be 2.2 feet on the revised plan.
Okay, yeah, and there was other things though too. Was there anything else? I know that well, you had all kinds of landscaping items on the right side of the property, which didn't work because you had the water quality inlet. And, that's like you're digging an 8-foot hole, 10-foot hole, and you just couldn't do that with the other stuff there. But it looks like all that landscaping on that side has been removed from the last project, from the last plan that was submitted to us.
You're looking at item number 5. Addresses, there was a comment about proposed landscaping that might conflict With site features and the drainage BMP, the landscaping will be done at the end of the project. Locations of vegetation can be fine-tuned at that time to avoid conflicts.
There was no questions of it. I can't, I'm trying to. You can page down on that letter from Bill Manuel.
You want it more down? This should be on the OneDrive. It's labeled revised plan submittal cover letter.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, if you want me to pull it down, I wasn't expecting to present for them. But just tell me what you want me to, if you can
got
find it, otherwise I can bring it down. I just don't know if anyone can read this.
I got
can
it.
read it.
I can read it. All right, so the question you had was, and, okay, so subsequent to the last commission hearing, we incorporated comments that, from commission, members, and water quality was too close to the north property line. That's true, because there's no way you could construct that water quality inlet and dig a 10-foot hole and not damage the adjacent property. So they moved that closer to the building. It suggested the expense duplex owners while maintaining a water quality may be costly. The only alternative will be providing a 25% TSS removal, would be a deep sound catch basin. Water quality is considered to provide better protection for infiltration. And it'll be, it's cleaned out every 2 years. I'm assuming that's cleaned out by the property owner. The seasonal high groundwater and the 2.2-foot separation's been noted. And the landscape features. So I guess, hold on. So I think that were addressed, Lucia. In the form of removing the landscaping from that site, relocating the water quality inlet, and correcting the elevation for the separation to estimated high groundwater and the bottom of the bed that houses the chambers. So I guess that's been answered. But with responding to the question from the neighbor, Mr. Stevens, raises a good question, you know, whether all that work needs to be done and just have natural ground there. But I'm not opposed to hearing comments from the petitioner with regard to that.
Oh, if we were to keep the natural grade, we'd be eliminating management.
Well, we'll just eliminate it. I don't think he asked a question.
Mike, are you asking Jack Kilty to comment?
Yeah, I mean, that's I thought a good comment, a good question about whether it's beneficial, if it was less left natural, you just have your building, you'd have to have grading on the front, because you have to get access to your property to the front door. But the sides of the grades along the side of the building and to the rear, is it necessary to make all these changes and build these walls? Or just leave it natural?
Mike, Chris Mello with Jack Kelty.
Yeah.
As you know, we've got a duplex, which in the buffer zone does not need to comply with stormwater management, although we've done, you know, a yeoman's effort here putting in stormwater management. Are you asking to just eliminate the stormwater management and let it go?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Okay, I thought that was the question.
Well, that's kind of what creates the grade change.
Yeah, I mean, we make the grade change so that we can have the infiltration chambers 2 feet above the groundwater separation and take the roof and the driveway additional drainage through that. And as you well know how it works. So that's where the grading change in the walls come from.
Yeah. So I'm just entertaining the thought that the Mr. Stevens had raised. Does that even make sense?
Well, the question I seem to have gotten from Mr. Stevens, the abutter, is that kind of why are we doing that? And the reason we're doing that is that we're building in the buffer zone and we're trying to minimize the impact of additional impervious. Even though the building is in a very similar position, it had no stormwater management whatsoever. Everything ran free off. Now we've got an impervious roof, some impervious paving that we're running through the water quality inlet, through the gutters, the downspouts, and into the stormwater management infiltration chambers, and an outlet in the back.
So would it be safe to say that in that site envelope where the retaining walls are proposed and the water quality inlets and the strip to pick up the runoff coming off the street and the chambers in the back is that, could I say that, is it safe to say that that whole polygon around that limit of work is being recharged, is being collected and recharged into the ground?
That's
without-
correct.
Without going into the neighbor's properties?
That's exactly what the system is designed to do.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and then can you respond to his question about, how water can only go one way, it can't come back into the site? Although that,
Well, I mean, I'm very familiar with the area, and I know Mr. Stevens lives there. We're 2 feet above the estimated seasonal high groundwater table with the system. The system outlet is, we'll call it, some at the back of that wall at about 58. As you get back towards the rear of the property, you've probably got a 2 foot grade difference. It drops a couple of feet. I'm sure it floods back there. And if he thinks, I'm sorry, if he says it comes all the way back up to where that wall is into his backyard, I don't doubt him. But there's no way that the system is going to work in a reverse capacity. There's no reverse stormwater. It's a one-way system.
right. But the retaining wall, the proposed retaining wall, are those like the Versalock kind of wall?
I believe it is. I'm just looking at I want to be sure. Yes, it is. It's on sheet 2. It's a Versalock modular concrete unit with the body mill barrier on the inside. And our infiltration chamber is on the uphill side of that interlocking system.
Okay, so that does allow water to flow, would flow back and forth, couldn't it? Because they are pervious.
Is that possible? Physically, certainly. Practically, I don't know about you, but I don't think I've seen that happen.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was essentially my concern about that system, period. Adding that system, yes, it helps leach water, from the roof and all that, but it's taken away the 1,800 square feet of buffer zone, period. So it's working to help get rid of their water problem off of their new livable space, but it's not allowing rise in water to utilize that 1,800 square feet of buffer zone if it needs to and when it needs to. That's what I mean when I was saying it's a one-way valve diverting the water away from the property, where naturally it would be a two-way valve for the property itself.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a good quote. You're basically kind of leveling out the site somewhat and if this was floodplain, you'd be basically taking flood storage area away,
Right, but it isn't.
but it's not,
It's not.
flood.
And I
Right.
mean, the system, as much as we both understand water going downhill and gravity, what Mr. Stevens is saying is that if the water came back against the system, it would allow water into it. There's
That's what I
nothing
was-
stopping it. There's no valves.
Right.
It's above, it's above grade currently, so it's proposed is gonna be above grade. So is that even gonna hit the system? The wall is gonna divert the water that before it even ever gets to the system. Right, it's more so the retaining wall versus the sorry.
So
Versus
historically,
that drain system, yeah, the storage area. So the wall's gonna divert the water well before it even gets to the storage area.
right. So my question might be, historically, how far does the water come up? You know, in those big crazy storms and so forth, how far up to, the current house now? If the building, if the proposed duplex building is basically within the footprint of the other building?
Pretty much.
So, I mean, does the water, and on a bad rainstorm and some of those crazy storms we had, does the water back up? And there's free water at right up to the building? Is that something that happens? Or is it further away down towards the west?
I don't know. I don't have a knowledge of that. Mr. Stevens might have an idea how that floods back there. How long have you lived there, Mr. Stevens?
I've lived here for 15 years.
Okay, so you've been there for some rain.
So, later fall, pretty much all of spring, the back half of the yard is saturated, virtually on borderline super saturated.
Sure,
So when we
that's our wetland.
Yeah, so when we do have a big rainstorm, a couple days ago, a week ago, that water pools up, really fast, really far. Where it is now, rain stops, temperatures are pretty warm. It recedes fast during the dry seasons. In the wetter seasons, it stays up there. It stays up there. We'll get enough water where when it freezes, all the grass gets distorted. It starts to blow the sod off of the gravel. The water gets really far up there.
So, I mean, I don't know. Because the wetland, the wetland flags go right up to the proposed wall.
And that was taken when those were determined, the edge of the wetland, that was in the driest part of the year. Yeah, they were calculating vegetation, stuff like that, soil samples, but that still was the driest portion of the year. And I don't know the year. I don't know. It possibly could have been the driest season we had in 10 years. I'm not really aware of that.
So here's a question. Here's a question for the property owner or the petitioner. So you have a proposed building and then you have a proposed deck with crushed stone beneath it. My question, what if the proposed recharge beds, what if you pulled that all the way back to the building? Had your crushed stone deck on top of that, and you were able to pull that wall back 10 or 15 feet, which would get you about 10 or 15 feet away from the edge of the wetland, and subsequently maybe beyond an area where the highest water actually would come in any given storm.
Well, I mean, a couple of things come to mind there. One, if we take the premise that the water came up 4 feet in the back, just because it's a nice round number, to elevation 60, we'd be at the top of the wall. And that would mean that the infiltration system worked in a backwards manner and took that water in through the outlet and filled up the entire infiltration system up to 60. So, and I don't think you could ever get the water up that high, but just taking that premise that the system would work in both directions. That's one issue. The second one is we're trying to keep a separation between the infiltration system and the structure. We've got some, we're always trying to keep 10 feet, and that's why we're where we are there. I mean, the system, it's a good design. It's going to take care of all of the increase in runoff. It's going to allow some groundwater infiltration. It's going to have an outlet. And, I understand Mr. Stevens's point. He lives there. It's all the same elevation in the back. Everybody's got a low area against the railroad tracks that's spongy and a wetland. And ours comes up to a certain point, and we've designed around it. I mean, I think we've done a very good design for a 2-family house that, we might have come in and just said, we're just going to let this run. And, we're trying to be more cognizant with the commission working in the buffer zone. The whole property is buffer zone. He's right with that. We don't have anything that's out of the 100-foot or anything, maybe a couple of feet. So, we've come up with this, and we believe it's the best possible design that we can get on the property.
Yeah. And, for what it's worth, the area that's contained within the walls, that's you're holding around elevation, we have 68 all the way down to 60. And so it's basically a couple feet higher than what the existing ground is. So you could actually look at this and say you got 2 feet of soil now that is rechargeable, that can actually hold moisture, as opposed to being right on the bare ground and running off into the neighbor's properties. In addition to does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much. I agree.
So, I mean, it might, you understand, Mr. Stevens, that might be, there might be a somewhat of a benefit from the soil that is around the proposed building can actually hold moisture, and not be right on the existing ground and running out. It'll, in addition to the infiltration beds, that soil will hold water also before it even needs to get to this. As long as it's not paved, as long as it's grass.
Right, I do understand that. I do want to make like one little correction. This isn't the best option. The best option would be keep the current grade, put this water system under the current grade. That's the best system, because then we're allowing what the property does best and has done best for decades, while still providing a water catch recharging system for their proposed property. They want to build a wall to make the quality of living there better. They're not really doing it for the quality of everybody around them. They're trying to sell a property still. So they're trying to raise land to make the quality of the people that are buying it, because they're going to pay more for land that's usable. And that's at the expense of everybody else. That system's, like I said, it works great taking the water from the roof, in the street, in the driveway, and put it into these holding tanks until the ground absorbs it. But when water comes up the other way, that's what I'm saying, it does. That's what the other neighbor is going to say, it does. It's not going to have that 1,800 square feet of natural buffer zone to participate in the dissipation of the water. It's going to hit that wall and get diverted directly into the neighbor's yard. Once that water hits the wall, it's not going to pass that wall. It's going to get diverted. The water is going to find the least passive resistance. The neighbors to the right of them are higher grade. The neighbors to the left of them are lower grade. That's the way, once it hits the wall, it's gonna run to the left into the neighbor's yard. If the system was put under the existing grade, it would work fine.
Through the chair, and to Mr. Rizzo, just so we understand, if the system was built under the existing grade, it would be in the groundwater and there'd be no function. So as long as we understand where that groundwater is, that.
Right, and that's how high the groundwater is. Once that groundwater, like I said, in the dry season, it was tested. In the wet season, that water's higher. The wet season, the water's gonna hit that wall and get diverted. And if that's what it is, but possible future owners are gonna get, possible litigation for damaging somebody else's property when they had no knowledge or no participation of this meeting, of the say in what happens to this property before they bought it.
Through the chair, there's a person named Kimberly Bates in the audience who would also like to speak.
Okay.
And then I just also want you guys to be mindful, we're only on item number 3 right now, and we still have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like we have a bunch more and it's 9 o'clock, so I just want to be mindful. But I did go ahead and allowed Miss Bates to unmute, so if she wants to speak, I tried to promote you as a panelist.
I don't want to scare anybody. Hello. Hi. Oh no. Hello.
Yeah, Kim,
Hi.
could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, I'm Kim Bates, 24A North Central, right next door to the property. And I agree, I appreciate everything they've done to try to mitigate the situation, but I'm hoping that they can leave it the way it is. It might not. Right now, everything works fine. We have a lot of water that comes down the street. Our driveway goes downhill, the grade goes downhill. We have a garage under the house in the back. And when it gets really raining, the whole thing, we got to watch the flooding in that situation as it is. So the yard does go up all the way to the house with some of the water does go all the way up to the back sometimes of the property. It's dropped 2 feet already. The property that they want to do the work on has already been lost like 2 feet, I think, in the past couple of years. So it does, create a huge situation. I just don't want things to, like, what recourse would I have if later on, after all this is done, I get flooding issues? I don't want to go to court and be like that, but this is, I just don't want to have problems. I don't now. And that's all I have to say. And thank you all for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see any other hands raised. Do you, Lucia?
You mind if I say one more thing? Last meeting, there was a question about if the property, if the property has talked to utility services in the area. We have a lot of store backup, blockages that back up into people's basements. I was wondering if they've had an input, is if adding another structure to that particular, or that adding another structure that utilizes the utilities in that particular area, because I guess there's a weird bend there in the sewer, which creates a lot of blockage there. I was just wondering if utility company had any input there, saying yes, it's a problem, or no, it's not a problem.
The initial report that came from the Department of Public Services in the person of Bob Langley did not raise any issue of lack of utilities to service this new structure.
Thank you.
If there is a issue with you, these, store the sewer system, then you should report that to DPS. And they have a website that allows you to do that. And they should be able to get back to you with when you're going to fix it.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
had,
something. Huh?
sorry, a couple
No,
years ago, we had one that really backed up, flooded 3 or 4 houses' basements, that completely ruined them. And then less than a month ago, there was another blockage. It backed up into a couple people's houses, but wasn't, utility company came out here and cleaned that blockage really quick. So that was just 2 times in the last couple of years. So that was my only concern there.
Well, then, is there an issue that you need to have more maintenance to that bend? That's something for DPS to address.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's not part of our responsibility.
Yeah, it was just brought up in the last meeting, so I wasn't sure if there was a note on it, if there was an answer, if that was even looked at.
I mean, just to put you at ease, every time they have another subdivision or large 40B, I always ask DPS if the sewer system can handle more toilets. Because it's a big deal. It's like, how many are you going to have? And they check every time that there's capacity, and they're told there is. So it's not like it goes unchecked and it just becomes a surprise when a new 40B shows up with 300 apartments or something. They're aware of it.
Okay, yeah, volume, it can handle volume. It can't handle blockage. So,
well, the blockage part is probably a maintenance thing, but the volume part is also important because I think at some point there's a capacity, limit. So anyway, I do ask the question and they do get back to me about the capacity. The blockage, I think that if you have an issue, send them a note or talk to your ward counselor about getting them out there to change the plumbing or maintain it more or something. It's not something we're involved in, is my point.
gotcha. I was just asking if anything happened, if there are any notes on that. So with that, you guys heard me. I appreciate your time. I appreciate everything you guys do. I appreciate the neighbors. And I'll let you guys carry on with your night, I guess. Thank you very much.
All right. Anybody else in the public, Lucia? Do you see anybody that wants to speak?
Well, you guys should be able to see them too, but I do not see anybody.
I don't see anybody. That's why I'm asking. Okay. So do I get a motion to close the public hearing at this point or just leave it open?
Well, I'm sorry to belay this. I'm sorry to keep bringing, sorry, I lost my place here on my. Hold on. I didn't take it to the plan again. 1 second. Forgive me. I guess I'm trying to get back to the plan again, but this is the general. This is a duplex house, right? This has a garage under. Does this have a garage?
Go ahead. Now you.
It's a garage at street grade. It's not a garage under.
Okay, so there's no basement. There's no cellar.
There is a basement below. The garage is similar to the townhouses on Prospect Street, where you have a lower walkout basement, but you have a garage at the first level grade that gets poured around and compacted. So there's no cellar under the garage. The garage is at first floor level.
Okay, and you're able to get stairs? How are you gonna get into the house? That means the house is about 8 feet in the air?
No, the house, if you look at the plan, the first floor grade is 7166. The garage is 71. So you come right in from the street. Then there's stairs from the house down to the lower level. which is 63.
All right, so you've worked all that out.
Yeah.
That's,
Yep.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? What?
Lucia, am I allowed to make motions even though I can't vote?
No, sorry, you can participate, but you can't make a motion. So are you guys going to allow the wall to stay, or are you mulling it over, thinking that perhaps maybe Mr. Stevens is making a good point and
I
it
think
seems
it'll-
everyone's indecisive?
For the commission, Lucia, I know I can't vote on this, but I feel for Mr. Stevens and his concern along with Ms. Bates in regards to the backflow that may arise with that system, with especially with the grade issue and being above grade. It's no fun if creates an issue.
So I'm kind of like, kind of feel the same way. It's just like, there's just a lot there, trying to put two homes in this one spot with a garage and the walls. I don't know if having just natural ground, just have the buildings with no garage, just a driveway. And, you know, maybe no basement, or that's kind of a lot to ask for a property owner, not to have a basement, but I don't know. There's a lot here. And I'm envisioning the walls around there, and I know how wet that area is because we've been there several times on other projects, and I do not know what the cumulative effect, if any, on stormwater and the water flowing from the site, what it's going to do to the neighbors. And I don't have to make that decision because I didn't design it, but I question how, if it's gonna work.
Would it be entertained that we just continue the item?
Well,
And-
continue with purpose, you know,
And
might be-
and what then would we be doing during the continuance? Redesigning or?
well, maybe just look as you know, as an engineer would look at it and look at the site again and see, does it make any sense just to put the building there with and maintain the existing ground, the grades, and let just the water, the drainage flow right where it goes. And how that might work. I'm not gonna make that decision.
Well, we'd certainly entertain that opportunity to eliminate the stormwater if the commission so felt the urge. It wouldn't change the building at all. It wouldn't change the structure, the driveways. It would just change the grading, and we would just slope it down to the back, eliminate the wall, and put up our fence and our conservation markers. We'd be happy to take that order of conditions with that condition.
Well, that's a whole new plan. I'd want to see a new plan. So if that's something you guys can entertain, and maybe that could work.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
we certainly understand it and entertain it, but we've gone from, you know, 2 different 3-unit plans to this plan. And I mean, I think my client would certainly be enthused with that, but I don't think he's going to be enthused about redesigning the whole plan again and coming back and then still not necessarily having a
Agreement.
yeah, I don't want to say an answer or an order, but we seem to have done that the last time by going from 3 to 2 and thought
Well,
we would get.
Well, I think both neighbors have spoken tonight and, you know, presented that option that we've gotten to look at or think about. And it, as far as I'm concerned, it looks like something that might work. And so unless there's something negative to doing that, whether it would affect the wetlands, whether it would affect some other um, thing relative to the resource area, and that we're not seeing it this right now.
I think you're right. It's a two-family house. It won't impact anything. We would just hold the existing grade, build our structure, eliminate the wall, put our fence up with our conservation markers, and grass the backyard and be on our way.
So if I can ask my fellow commissioners, is that something we could support?
The thing I have a question about is if you put up a wall, and we've heard tonight that that could move the water to the neighbors, and it gets rid of some 900 square feet of land that would absorb water. That's not a good solution to me if you're adversely affecting neighbors with water. If the solution is to leave land the way it is, eliminate the wall, and still maintain, come up with a property design that will just, you don't flood it out. I'd like to look at that. And I also think that we should get some answers from our engineering group, even though Bob Langley's left, but we have somebody else look at this thing as well. Because now we've had other discussions with the neighbors, and I think it's important that Department of Public Services weigh in as to what they feel would happen, because I'm not an expert in this.
Yeah, and I'm open to this possibility. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm open to the idea, and with the exception of some their engineer saying that this is not a good idea. If everything comes back good, I could support the project. That's as far as I go. I want to see a new plan. I'm not going to issue an order of conditions with that change. I would like to see Public Services just take a glance at it to see if we're off base here.
Through the chair, so it sounds like you guys want a revised plan showing that retaining wall removed. And I do want to reiterate, I believe Chris Mello said that we went from 3 to 2, like sort of like, in the original plan, DEP said it wasn't meeting the performance standard. So they had no choice. They had to change the plan. It wasn't you guys forcing them to change the plan. They had to change the plan. But if we want a revised plan, I would suggest, for the sake of time, we have so many long items after this, that you make a continuance and be specific about what you want on that revised plan.
Well, no, I am definitely for continuing this, but I am not engineering this thing or designing it and telling them what to bring back to us. I'm saying that, is there another option with not having the walls and maintaining existing ground? And I'm just asking the question, and if that can work, they can present it. I am not telling them to make a change, and I am not designing this thing. They're designing it. But if
And
they
Mike, I think that's exactly what DEP said. They said they need to submit an alternative analysis, which they didn't, as far as I know, and I don't believe one has been submitted yet. And those comments have been up for a while.
So maybe that could come before to us in that process. But this was their basic design. This is an alternative, and present it that way to us. And that might be the best way. And then maybe that's something we can support.
So I'll make the motion to continue.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call?
I didn't hear who seconded that. I'm sorry.
Arthur.
No, Arthur made the motion.
I second it.
Oh, Rizzo, sorry. I didn't notice your voice. Okay, roll call. That motion was made by Mr. Athis, seconded by Mr. Rizzo. Roll call. Chairman Lazare.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What was the motion?
To continue.
Continue.
All right.
Made by Mr. Athis, seconded by Mr. Roll call. What, am I doing a roll call?
Yeah.
Yes,
Chairman Laceres,
yes, to continue.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
and Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so that item is continued 6-0 for them to bring back some alternative analysis to us.
That would be on 9/11. Correct?
yeah,
And I suspect if they want to submit the alternative plans before that, that would be a good idea. We could send it off to be reviewed by DPS. Okay,
okay.
moving on. Item 4. Continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Attorney John Kelty for Josephine Cook, owner. The proposed work is the construction of a single-family house with associated utilities, grading, driveway. Property is known as 29 Glendale Avenue, also known as 25 Glendale Avenue, map 120, lot 27. We just started discussing this in March 8th of 2023. So it's been on the agenda for over a year. The thing that we received a recent communication from the building inspector saying that the variance, I think he said it had expired.
Yes. So I'm
And so-
asking the board that this matter be continued until your October 9th meeting of the Board of Appeals, in as much as the variance which allowed us to move the proposed structure forward on the lot, taking it away, that has expired. And I will go back and reapply for it. We've been finished with our submissions for this commission for several months. And then a zoning question arose. I went to the Board of Appeals. There was no question posed to the Board of Appeals. So time expired on this latest variance. I will need to go back and get it again. So I'm respectfully requesting that this matter be continued until October 9th, enabling the ZBA to hear the matter on the 16th of September.
So ZBA 16th of September, okay?
Yep.
I move to continue till October 9th.
Seconded.
Roll call?
That was made by Mr. Athos, seconded by Ms. Green to continue to the October hearing. Roll call, Chairman Laceres,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo, Vice Chairman Rizzo.
I said yes. Did you hear?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
and Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so that is continued 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jack, excuse me if I can, I know we continue this. So there's one thing about back to the zoning board and about variance or something, but I'm still looking at the elephant in the room of whether or not this project should even be before us and that the site should not be built upon based on the original zoning board decision that I believe we had direct correlation with stormwater and runoff and flooding and so forth, and the resource area. So I don't know, in you going back to the zoning board, is it to not bring that up? Or is that's part of the discussion?
And I understand that, and I will file each variance that as part of this renewal, I will file each of the 3 or 4 variances that they've given over the years, and they can make note of the fact that one of their decisions said no further subdivision some 12 years ago, and then subsequently they did subdivide it. But in this filing to move this building forward, there will be notation of the prior decisions.
Okay, including not to build a home, not subdividing it, but not to build a home on lot, whatever that was,
Yes.
A.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Moving on, item 5. Continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Hayes Engineering, care of Peter Ogren, for Atlantic Coast Home, care of Michael Becker. The owner is Hardy and Monroe LLC, Michael Becker, manager. The proposed work is the construction of a commercial condominium, associated parking, utilities, and landscaping. The property is known as 0 Hardy Street, map 85, lot 1, Peabody, Mass. We started discussing this on February 7 of this year. Is this continued, Lucia?
Yes, I believe Elizabeth Wallace did send me an email today continuing this. It's still in peer review. So yes, a continuation. She is in the audience. So Libby, if I'm wrong, please raise your hand. I'm pretty sure I have an email from you today stating that this was to get continued. I do not see her. She declined to be promoted to panelist, so I believe that means this should be continued.
Okay, a motion to continue, item number 5.
Second?
Second.
That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Colmack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-0.
So we don't see this again till September 11th. Correct?
Yeah.
Item 6. Continued public hearing for a notice of intent submitted by Hayes Engineering, Peter Ogren, for Tanright Realty, LLC, Nicholas Ambialotis, applicant/owner. Proposed project is a redevelopment of a property to accommodate a 40B mixed-use development with 2 buildings, associated walkways, utilities, drives, parking areas, stormwater and flood management, BMPs, landscaping, and other amenities. Properties known as 39 Wallace Street, map 85, lots 9, 10, and 11. We started discussing this in June of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony Capichetti, registered engineer in Massachusetts, here on behalf of Tanright Residences. I was the design engineer originally on the 40B project. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen and go through the presentation. I'll try and be brief. I know it's been a long night for you. So let me just get that out of there. So the Tanright property is located in the corners of Walnut, Wallace Street. It takes up a city block, excluding the Central Bakery here and Greg's Tavern on the corner. Otherwise, it is the entirety of the tannery property, and it is wholly impervious. The project design has been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals as a 40B. When we did the design, we took great pains to follow the North River District Master Plan, recognizing some flooding concerns in the area, and the recommendations of the Sasaki planning area to develop some kind of green infrastructure, low impact development techniques, and some flood mitigation. We took our cues from the East End Veterans Memorial Park, kind of looking for ways to kind of create open space that could be floodable and provide some compensatory storage. One of the questions that came up was about a riverfront area that encroaches on the parcel at the last hearing. There's 3,719 square feet of previously degraded riverfront. As you saw, it's wholly paved. When we're done, 977 or 26% of that riverfront area will end up being landscaped. The building is set back. There's a landscape bed along the sidewalk. These sidewalks are getting improved. There's also the bordering land subject to flooding resource area. The site's over here, roughly elevation 15. for the BLSF, and this is the existing BLSF areas on site. A small portion at the intersection of Wallace and Walnut, and then along the bend here at Upton. The building kind of blocks out a lot of that floodway in the existing conditions. We did through site grading, kind of depress some of the parking areas to allow them to flood minimally, but in the existing condition, there was about 60,000 cubic feet of flood storage. By the time we're done with the grading, in the proposed condition, there's 82,000 cubic feet. There's a net increase of 22,391 cubic feet. We exceed all the individual stages, which is the requirement for the bordering land subject to flooding, the performance standard. But we do increase the storage on site just through surface grading by 1/2 an acre foot. And then we provided, as I said, so these are the graded out areas. We've provided some pocket parks here and here. These are designed to flood similar to the Veterans Park. And then there's a small area in between the buildings that's designed to flood. What we also did, because stormwater runoff on this site, it's a retrofit project. So it was wholly paved. We've actually reduced the amount of paving on the site. All the walkways on private property will be constructed out of pervious pavers. But we also provided a large subsurface infiltration area because we were bringing this parking lot here, filling from the finished floor of the existing building. And we have 3 36-inch pipes that are buried into the slope that allow the water from here to flow freely back and forth to this underground additional flood storage. This flood storage wasn't taken credit for. It's not allowed as compensatory storage under the performance standards, but it was done as kind of an extra benefit for this area. They're the large MC 4,500 chambers. They stand about 5 feet tall. And just kind of showing you the configuration under the parking lot. It saves us a little on fill, but it also provides 0.7 acre feet for a total of 1.2 acre feet of extra flood storage on the site. Like I said, the area is prone to flooding from the North River, so that's why we're providing this additional compensatory flood storage beyond the regulatory requirements. There's a net decrease of almost a quarter acre of impervious surfaces as a result of the project. There's 1.2 acre feet of compensatory storage. So if you took that whole site, what we're doing is providing enough storage that if 7 inches of rain or the 100-year storm just sat on that site, we're providing extra storage for it. We were sensitive to those design issues. We worked with the planning department to kind of go through the master plan for this area. And we've met all the performance standards for bordering land subject to flooding and previously degraded riverfront area. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you should have them. I'll go back to the plan so you can see it. The project has also been peer reviewed extensively through the ZBA process. Horsley Witten has looked at and signed off on the drainage as part of that process, as well as the flood storage.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
So this is a 40B project. And it seems like every other month we get a new 40B project, and we have these other 40B projects like the hospital site just sitting there. Do you have to go through, who in City Hall did you have to go through to name this a 40B project? Did you have to get some kind of approval?
I can answer that, Tony.
Okay, Jason Panos, the project attorney, is also on.
For the record, my name is Jason Panos, practicing law at 246 Andover Street, Peabody, Massachusetts. To Commissioner Athis's question, how do you get a 40B, basically? The sole jurisdiction of 40B approvals goes through the Zoning Board of Appeals in consultation with other boards, commissioners, and officers in the city. This particular development.
I'm sorry, Jason. Did this go through the ZBA yet?
Yes, and we've obtained a comprehensive permit. It was extensively peer reviewed through the Department of Engineering. And that entire record, I know, was provided to you through Lucia and Bob Langley and myself at the last hearing when you opened this matter up for the first time.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Can I open this up to the public? Anybody had their hand raised?
Open
Wishes
it
to
up.
speak?
I'm
Open it
sorry,
up.
through the chair. I have myself muted, sorry. I had a
I'm
couple
sorry.
questions.
Go ahead.
So the project did have quite extensive review and peer review and so forth. So with regard to some of the review, Horsley Witten's peer review, I can see through the plan, but nowhere did I see anywhere any discussion about the removal of this huge building. So this building's being raised, is that correct? The whole building's being taken down?
That's correct.
Okay, so questions about removing the building and materials and dust and traffic and it's not a conservation issue, but I didn't see anything in any of the reviews about the removal.
If I may, through the chair, Commissioner Rizzo, there are extensive conditions with regard to operations and maintenance planning around raising the building. The mitigation that has to take place. I believe you were provided as well with a comprehensive permit decision. There are some well over 40 conditions attached to that, and many of them deal with pre-construction planning.
Okay, I didn't see that. But, okay. Well, that was my first question is like, because when I was looking at a redevelopment, I'm going, but they're taking this whole building down. I see nothing about
Yeah.
how they go about this with people living there and the noise and the dust and everything else and hazardous, anything hazardous relative since the site was,
I can't recall if that was the subject of peer review comment, but I do know it was extensively addressed in the decision itself.
Okay.
To your point with regard to site contamination, the property was extensively evaluated under 21E and was found to be clean. There were no reportable releases. I know that may be hard to believe for a leather tannery, but fortunately, unlike many others, the generational property owners going way back took this operation very seriously and put in place the mitigation necessary to keep this property clean, and it's paid off.
Okay, very good. One of the questions in the Horsley Witten peer review was the fact that the involvement and or maybe responsibility of the LSP who's preparing the site development. The question was that the LSP should prepare a site development memo with regard to stormwater chambers and flood storage. It was one of the review items that I don't think got an answer. And their question was kind of related to soil and groundwater infiltration, the condition and the types to handle what needs to be done. So the design doesn't show that. I guess it's on the LSP to prepare a site development memo, and the concern might be that stormwater infiltration would not mobilize and potentially be contaminant, moving arsenic or lead or any of those things that are dangerous. So it was just one of the comments that Horsley Witten had in their peer review, and I'd like to know if you could address that, if your LSP is going to prepare a site development memo relative to stormwater and the chambers and recharging.
Commissioner Rizzo, I'm gonna have to look again at the,
Sorry.
at-
So we did discuss that.
yeah,
So that was Janet Bernardo was asking us to introduce stormwater into those flood chambers.
Right.
Those flood chambers are not designed to infiltrate. And what we said we were going to do was line those chambers so there would be no infiltration. They're solely for flood storage. So to minimize that issue, period. And I think what happened too is we ended up submitting the phase 2 that showed that there were no groundwater contaminants as well. So that kind of made the issue moot. But the idea is to just provide kind of a compensatory area where water can flow in and flow out, not try to infiltrate it.
Okay, so there's no need for a site development memo now from the LSP.
That's correct. However, during demolition, I believe one of the conditions does require, an LSP to kind of look for asbestos in walls and that sort of thing. And that's standard practice for any demolition project.
Okay, one other question relative to peer review. They mentioned about the question of introducing any LIDs, rain gardens and porous walkways. Did you accommodate
So-
any of that?
We did. We ended up going with, sorry, it's not showing up on this plan, but there is a note in the plan set that calls out for all the privately owned walkways to be porous pavers. So that would be this patio area here. So this walkway here and the walkways on the interior of the building. The city was not amenable to having the public right of ways as permeable pavement.
Okay. Okay, I think everything else looked good. I just had those couple questions.
Anybody else on the commission?
Well, I'd like to just compliment the design team. It looks pretty much improvement, and hopefully it's I think the city will benefit from this project.
Thank you.
thank you.
Did we want to open this to members of the public?
I do. Anybody have their hand raised? I see nobody. Do you see anybody, Lucia?
I don't. So if you guys want to make a motion to close and then issue an order of conditions. Again, we have a lot of stuff going on, so I wouldn't lollygag.
Sounds good to me. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Well, we'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Second,
Second,
I missed that. Was that Amanda? Or was that?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So that was a motion to close.
roll call.
Well, this is where I need to figure out. I think Brian can be included in this because he was here last month, correct, Brian?
Yes.
And Amanda, you are voting, correct?
Yes.
All right. Roll call just to close. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
All right, so that closes 7-0.
We have a motion to approve this.
make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project.
Thank you. With recommended conditions.
1 through 50, adding clamshell buckets shall, item 51, clamshell buckets shall not be used to clean little catch basins, vacuum trucks remove more sediment and of the materials. Car washing not to be allowed on site. Contractors should, at a minimum, submit inspection reports on a monthly basis to the Concom staff during the construction period. See, it kind of does it.
Anything else?
Did
Miss
you
anything?
mention the revised the long-term pollution prevention plan?
Okay, yeah, to revise that plan, yes. To revise the LTPPP. And just to reiterate, the car washing is not allowed on site. I don't know if I missed anything.
The only thing when this is done, who maintains it? And do they submit,
A property management company.
well, do they submit us a monthly or a periodic review that they've
So
done
action
to me?
54, that the O and M, I'm sure there's an O and M plan, that the O and M is in perpetuity, and that once the treatment train is online, I'm assuming there's a treatment train, that they need to submit reports on 10/31 as we do with everything.
Add it as a condition and I'm all set.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify too, the city has taken responsibility. We're building a structured drainage system in Upton Street, and the city will own that. Our drainage system on the private site will be maintained privately.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
Is the
I'm sorry.
public pocket parks are public, right, for anyone to use? Or
That
they
is
just
that is correct. They're actually there's some small commercial spaces in the front of the building to maintain that kind of commercial corridor along Walnut Street. So the idea is maybe coffee shops and that sort of thing can set some tables out up there, have a little outdoor dining space and some seating areas. We have some bicycle storage out there. So yes, they're going to be open to the public for their use.
Thank you, Tony. So I'm going to second the motion made by Mr. Rizzo.
All right, right. That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yeah.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0. And Attorney Panos, those were the same conditions that that me and you discussed prior, just adding the O and M in perpetuity. And that's pretty standard, which I think I forgot to put that. Sorry. So good catch on that, Stu.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing is I would make it clear that there's a distinction between the public drainage system and the private one. We're obviously not including the public drainage system in our O&M plan. That's the city's. They own it.
Yep, it would be whatever you submitted in the NOI that's in the O and M plan. That's what you're obligated for.
Okay. Tony, did you make that clear? That distinction?
That is correct. It's in there that it's covering the private property only.
And I wrote it down too. I will do a belt and suspenders for you, Attorney Panos. I literally wrote it down, distinction between private and public. Duly noted. But we do have to move on because we have a lot of items. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Item 7, public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Williams Bridges LLC, Thorson Ackerley for 10 Monroe Realty LLC, Joseph Salvaggio. The proposed project is the construction of multifamily residential building within a BLSF and riverfront. Properties known as 10 and 12 Monroe Street, map 85, lot 2H and 2L, Peabody, Mass. Today's the first day we talk about this. I would look to see this being continued till we get a report from our environmental engineer.
How is this different than what, before, did they file for the same property for something recently, the same kind of multifamily?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I am here representing the project. I can give you a very quick overview.
Okay. Please do.
All right, thank you. For the record, Chris Sparagus from the Engineering and Survey Office of Williams and Sparagus. I am here tonight representing 10 Monroe Street Realty LLC. They are the new owners of 10 and 12 Monroe Street. And Commissioner Vivaldi was correct. Although we're here seeking a new permit, we filed a new notice of intent for something different. We were before this board for a slightly different project with a previous property owner, where you helped us secure a permit for 2 duplexes, so 4 units on these 2 properties back in June of 2022. At that time, the property was zoned R2, allowing both single and 2-family homes. And after the property was purchased by the current owner, Attorney Kelty helped them present an application to City Council whereby they were able to rezone the property from R2 to BC, which is the Central Business District. And with the intent of redeveloping this property with a multifamily building, which is what you have before you now with this notice of intent. It's a proposed 12-unit residential building with parking under. You may recall that a portion of the property is within the riverfront area of a culverted stream that's across the street from us on the Hardy Street side. It passes through number 18 Walnut. And then this property also has, it's in bordering land subject to flooding. FEMA shows the flood insurance rate maps show that there's a special flood hazard area that extends maybe about halfway into the property. So those are the reasons that we require a permit from the Conservation Commission. So I can stop there, Mr. Chairman, or keep going if you want me to tell you more about the project.
That's good.
Is it fine, Mike? Are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, and that's
Satisfied. Because we're
Good.
gonna be talking about this again, so.
Can I confirm through you, Mr. Chairman, that that a peer review consultant has been selected and that they're working on this?
Oh, good.
As far as I know.
That's a question. That's a question. I don't know if Lucia knows for sure.
Yeah, I spoke to William Pollitt. Bill Stanfield is on vacation, and I'm not sure if that's what the holdup is, but there was something with a discrepancy of pricing or so you might want to call Will Pollitt because if you want an answer this week, you got to call Will Pollitt because Bill is on vacation.
Okay. Yeah, that explains why I didn't hear back from Bill. Okay. Yeah, we're anxious to get going. It's a very straightforward project. You know, we've provided a significant amount of compensatory flood storage, 7 times more than what we have today. So we're very cognizant of that. And yeah, this is a great project for the city. It allows us to create some more affordable housing. A couple of the units are going to be, set aside as affordable as part of the inclusionary zoning. And we're anxious to move this forward. I understand you're not meeting again until September, right?
Correct.
Correct.
And through the chair, I asked the applicant, so the city council rezoned it from R2 to BC. Did you go the next step and ask for a special permit for this project? Or was that, we're gonna do our stuff first?
Yeah, I think we have to do this part first. Jack Kelty instructed us that this is the way we should approach it first.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, from what I remember in my conversation, again, I've been really sick for the last week and a half. So, but what I remember was Will was saying that this is going to have to go back to the drawing board because there's stormwater under a building, and he thinks that's problematic. And that's what I think I remember him saying. But again, I'm a little bit delirious. But maybe we should open it to members of the public so they don't feel slighted. And if there's no members, I think you guys should continue this because it's 10 o'clock and we still have some big
Yeah.
items. We also have an
Agreed.
addendum that isn't even on the agenda. So we have the bike path. So we have a lot of stuff going and it's already 10 o'clock.
I would just continue this till the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do we have a
don't,
motion?
if anyone's in the audience that wishes to speak, please raise your hand now, or we're gonna continue this until September 11th. And I don't see any hands, so I would suggest you guys continue.
Motion to
Mo-
continue.
Motion to continue. Second?
Seconded.
I think I heard Mike Rizzo say that and Amanda second it.
Yes.
Okay, roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yeah.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
All right, so that is continued 7-0.
All right. Item 8 is an amendment request. Public hearing for amendment to an existing order of conditions, DEP file 55028, submitted by Williams Chris Barajas for Ray Filete, applicant and owner. The proponent is requesting a commission to consider amendment to an existing order of conditions and determine if it falls under the guidance of Mass DEP's amendment policy. Property is known as 60 Pulaski Street, map 53, lot 85. And the first meeting is tonight. So take it away, Chris.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Chris Sparagus representing Ray Filete for a request to amend our order of conditions for 60 Pulaski Street. What we're seeking is an amendment to allow work to be removed from a certain portion of the land that we had found out not that long ago is in filled tidelands on the property. So this one is going to be very familiar to the commission because you just helped us get an order of conditions issued back in April for a large industrial mixed-use building. With your permission, I'm going to just share my screen real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay. So do you see on your screens a worksheet that shows color lines?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a worksheet that I prepared just to walk you through what happened since the order of conditions was issued. After we obtained the order of conditions, we had back in May we spoke with attorney Chip Nyland about the filled tidelands. You may remember that we had talked about filled tidelands as we were working on the order of conditions. We also were tossing it around in the office, and it was brought to my attention that that Mass GIS has a layer that's referred to as historic high water, and that layer that's known as historic high water is synonymous with filled tidelands. And I found out after speaking with attorney Chip Nyland that that this mapping was procured by DEP and the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, along with CZM. Back in 2006, they asked a BSC group, and all these folks worked together to take a look at historic mapping all along the coast of Massachusetts to try to do their best to identify areas that had been filled historically and to establish a line where they thought the actual shoreline was prior to land being filled, you know, way back to the beginning of time, as far back as they could go. Some maps went back to colonial times. When I realized that that this layer existed, I threw it onto the plan. It's this green line that you see on this plan here, and this green line cut right through the middle of our building. You can see where this orange rectangle is. That was the previous building. When we were trying to avoid any activity within filled tidelands, because when you propose to disturb filled tidelands, you have to make a filing with a separate section of DEP, the Waterways Division. It's also commonly referred to as Chapter 91. And it can be a 12 to 18 month process. And Mr. Philly did not want to go down that road. So we went out of our way to make sure that to stay out of it. But I made a mistake. and I assumed that the limit of the fill tidelands was that elevation that we had shown on our plan, that 4.1, which is the mean high water. But in fact, it's this green line. And so we went back and revised the building slightly. The project has resulted in some changes, and we wanted to present them to you very quickly. Let me just run through them. This has resulted in reducing the amount of impervious surface, both building footprint and parking area. But before I list all those details, let me just explain to you, in addition to the 12 to 18 month process with the folks at DEP, the fact that we have a building footprint proposed within filled tidelands that is considered a non-water dependent use. This footprint is large enough to also trigger a MEPA threshold. So we would have had to have filed with MEPA on top of that. And we don't want to do that either. Let me continue and explain what we've done to reduce the scale of the plan a little bit. The building that was shown originally, that was approved, this rectangular shape, was 53,200 feet. What we've done now to stay out of this green shape is shrunk the building on this side and added a smaller building on this side. When you combine these two footprints, we're 43,915. So it's quite a bit less, almost 10,000 square feet less than what we had before. And then we also had to shift the orientation of the parking lot back here a little bit, which reduced the pavement in our parking lot. We went from 135 parking spaces down to 91. The stormwater management design remains unchanged, meaning that on the approved plan, we have a combination of a couple of different best management practices. We have underground stormwater management areas out front and on the side and the rear. We still have those. And then we have two rain gardens, a very large one back here. And then we had another one in the landscape island out front here. So all the stormwater stuff stayed the same. We lost impervious surface. And then the kicker, the big one was, you may recall, one of the most important elements of this plan was the public walking trail that we had provided access from Pulaski Street around the site out to the back, where we had proposed a canoe launch. And what happened to us here, because even a public walking trail would result in a filing with Chapter 91 because it's a change in use. I asked that question specifically of Attorney Nyland, Chip Nyland, and he confirmed that you can't really have anything in there without triggering a filing. And so what we did on the plan that we submitted to you folks for requesting for the amendment is that we cut a portion of the walking trail out of the plan. So this part that's shown in orange, we cut that piece out and added on a piece over here. Instead, we still were providing access into our site to have a vehicle park, to bring a canoe down the stairs. All the canoe stuff, all that stuff remains unchanged, including the two canoe racks that the commission asked us to install, and those things. But so after I submitted the amendment, I finally got some FaceTime with Lucia on a telephone call yesterday, and it became very clear to me how important providing the public access to Pulaski Street via a walking trail is. Just allowing people to come into the parking lot is not the same as allowing them to come in sort of in a more private way, away from activity down through here. So I told Lucia I'd go back to the drawing board. And what I did earlier today, and I know this is what we normally don't do this, but it was so important. I don't know if this screen came up. Do you see a change in the screen?
Yes.
Yep. So this is our landscape plan, the same plan that we were just looking at. And what I've done, I figured out a way to extend, we were proposing a sidewalk here to get folks to come in to the project and then onto our sidewalk, which runs across the buildings, down the side of the building and around back. This is all sidewalk. But what I did was I extended the concrete sidewalk all the way to the back here, and then I figured out a way to snake a walking trail all around the site. It's this tan color that goes through the landscape areas in between the buildings, all along the back of the parking lot down below, not on top of the parking lot. This is all area that's proposed to be landscaped with riverfront area plantings, and then back onto the trail. I left this section on there. That's new. I said, what the heck, I will just leave that one on there. But I figured out a way to extend the path. And so now the public can do what they did before on the approved plan. That is, come onto the site, walk around without coming into the project, to be able to come back here and access this area back here. So that's the short version of the presentation. I know it's late, but I really wanted to explain to you what happened, and hoping that the commission will allow us to make these changes as an amendment. And to refresh your memory, an amendment is a public hearing process, notice to abutters, copies of this went to DEP. So all of the normal things that happen with a notice of intent, happen with an amendment. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, and turn it back to you, and I'm here to answer any questions that you folks may have.
I have one question. The green line that's on this plan, that represents the historic high water, correct?
That's correct.
Can you indicate what the current, like the future high water mark will be, given the rise in tides and the ocean? I mean, this is historic, and it doesn't help in terms of future.
So just to, in your mind, if you can picture what this is, the historic high water mark is where the shoreline used to be before humans filled it in.
Okay.
So over time, along this mill area, where there were railroads or this mill operation here, the historic mill complex, this land, according to records, had been filled. And so because of that, there's a section of DEP that takes jurisdiction over it, and their mission is to help the public gain access to the shoreline again. In the end, I think they would have allowed us to put the trail through through this area, because their mission is to help increase the public's ability to access the shore. But to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, we know, according to FEMA, what that 7-inch rainfall and how far that water goes, right? We have those lines in the plans, but I'm unaware of any sea level rise plans, because they're not, it's not something that we use for permitting purposes today.
Well, I know you don't, but the fact is that that's a reality, given the climate change that we're having and the amount of rainfall and the melting of glaciers. So my problem is, will this bike path or the walking trail and the boat launch be underwater before, we get to use it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the case. Eventually, 10,000 years ago, we were under 2 miles of ice, during the last ice age. So eventually these things are going to happen again, right? The sea level is going to continue to rise.
Well, yeah, but it's continuing now. So my question is there any way to build a walking path that's elevated that would stay out of the water?
Well, if you take a look at our grading plan.
Stu, also the walking path is just a path. If it's underwater, people won't use it. It's not like electrical lines that have to be used. It's not critical infrastructure. If it's underwater, then someone's not going to use it.
Yeah, but at the same time, we wanted to get people to launch kayaks and canoes.
Right, but you can't put that on a private property owner, Stu. If they're willing to go so far as put a walking path for the public and it gets flooded, then that's just the case. They're not gonna elevate it to go beyond extra special care. And then we could talk about this next meeting too, when this actually gets discussed.
Yeah, one of this came up at during our last public hearing on this project. If you recall that the special flood hazard area on the property is as high as elevation 10, and our building floor elevation and our parking lot is up at elevation 22 and a half. So we're more than 10 feet above that
Okay.
special flood hazard area.
So the
And
risk is smaller. Okay.
yeah, and this path is hugging the backs of the buildings here. So we're pretty high above that elevation for
Since you're
a
here,
good portion of it.
Since you're here, Chris, remind us what was the proposed, I see industrial, but remind us what the property owner is considering, contemplating for tenants in here. Is it like light industrial? Is it bakeries, or is it kind of like something else? Or
So I think all of those things are on the table because the city council was nice enough to rezone this under the mill overlay district. And so the types of uses are pretty wide ranging. I know that our client has been speaking with larger light industrial users, but he doesn't have somebody locked in.
okay.
So that was the benefit of
light industrial. Maybe even say that on the plan then too. But
what we have on the plan is that we're in the mill overlay district, and we have whatever the zoning allows under the mill overlay district. We would like to have the right to do that.
Absolutely understood.
Did you met? Let me speak to Lucia. You guys had a meeting yesterday or today, and this is the new plan that came out of that meeting.
Yes, I just saw it like right before the meeting. So, also, like he touched upon the stormwater. Is there a plan that shows the stormwater being exactly the same?
Yeah, let me show you exactly.
I mean, are we looking for Chris, are you looking to close this out tonight, or are you looking to continue this just because we still have like two big items on the agenda? So if we're just gonna continue it, I would rather like you give me plans, but if you're looking for a vote, carry on.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue it because I know you guys have other things on the agenda, and they're very faint here, but can you see these little cubes?
Yeah.
Cube shapes here. They're over in this area here. There are 48 chambers, 20 chambers here, and 72 chambers in the back here. On the previous plan, this underground infiltration system had a few more chambers because we had more pavement, and so we just reduced the footprint of this one here. But all of the water still goes to the same places, and then we still have a rain garden out front and a large rain garden back here, same spot.
All right.
For the chair,
Good.
I think we should continue this.
I
But
agree.
have
a motion do I have a motion to continue?
Excuse me. So looking at this plan, Chris has provided for us. I see a great opportunity here. And now that whole area that's encompassed in the green, you took your buildings out of it, you took all the work out of it. And so my question is, and this really is an important site for the city, because this is our really only link to the ocean. Excuse me. I don't know how we could do it, but I see a great opportunity here to, since you moved your buildings out of the way, that whole area now that is in green, that abuts the ocean and tidal area, wouldn't that be wonderful? We could introduce a walking path and a park inside that green area and come around and connect to the, yes, and connect around this. That whole area now opens up the possibility, because I believe DEP and powers to be in wanting to promote access to the shore this looks like a great opportunity to be able to put a park in here and have the path, the walking path there, and that whole area inside the green area could be just green park area, and it'd be a great thing for our city. And I don't know whether
I
that's
think at a
something.
minimum, Mike, too, improve the degraded species, that vegetation that's in there, that's all probably, invasive. So then it'd be great to remove those and make sure that it's,
What a project that could be all.
Through the chair, didn't Chris say they can't do anything in that area?
No,
Not
you
even walking path?
Not,
Or
not
that-
without a permit.
You gotta get a permit, you gotta get a permit to do that.
Chapter
Now that the
91.
now that the buildings are moved over, the opportunity with a chapter 91 license, look at the access to the shore that you would have with a walking path and a
but
park.
it's still private property though, Mike, right?
No, I know that, I'm just bringing it up. Is there any
Yep.
way, if this could be presented to the city in some way, that something like this could actually take place? If not under this project, under a future project, where this area could be with the property owner. What a wonderful thing this would be for the city to have the ability to put a park and access to the shore all along there. Just something I'm thinking about that maybe should be looked at. I'm
So
not saying that.
I'll go back and speak with Mr. Filiti. Again, he's been, when we first heard about the walking trail, that was a wish and access to the ocean. Ray was like, yes, we're going to do it. Do it, Chris. Just put it on the plan. If that's what the city wants, that's what they're going to get.
Yeah.
And so if I present something like this to him, I wouldn't be surprised, Chairman Rizzo, that he would be open to it. And he would support you as the owner of the property, as long as the city was the applicant and went through the permitting process.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, because this happened, I caught a little bit of flack on this, and I know this is a public forum, and I take responsibility for this. If this is something that the city wanted to do, and Ray supported it and was able to support it, I'll offer my engineering services for free and help you guys file this permit and get it, get it through DEP.
I think it'd be a wonderful project. It'd be great. So if something, so we can continue this, and if you can maybe talk to whoever and see if something like this is possible. This could be, you can turn out to be a hero, Chris.
Yeah, it might take a little bit of time, but I'm willing to work with you guys and make it happen. And I'll talk to Ray about it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
move,
you.
move to
Do we have a
continue.
motion to continue?
Move to continue.
Second? Who seconded it?
I did.
That motion was made by Mr. Athis, seconded by Mr. Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes, and I'm signing off. I gotta get up at 3.
All right, Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athis,
Yes. Aye,
and
man.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
All right, so that is continued 7-0. And with Amanda leaving at 10:28, that would mean Jamie would be eligible to vote on the next item,
Excellent.
which would be
Okay.
you do if you want to go to the amendment for the bike path, since it's an amendment, or if you want to go to the determination of applicability.
I'm gonna go to 9, the determination of applicability. It's quicker. Public hearing request for determination of applicability submitted by Ambassador Pools for Donna Solano, owner. Proposed project is the installation of above-ground pool in riverfront and buffer zone. Property is known as 27 Nancy Street, map 48, lot 63, Peabody, Mass. And tonight's the first night we're discussing it, so everybody can vote. The negative determination is, I would like to get a motion to get this done, number one. And I'd like the owner to understand the drawdown conditions if she takes and empties the pool at any time with some water, if not all of it, that she has to wait at least 7 to 10 days after she puts any chemicals into it so that they can dissipate before you discharge the water from the pool. So do we get a motion to approve?
Dude, we have to listen to the project first.
So we did it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Who's here to
Hi,
present it?
my name's Debbie Greger. I'm here from Ambassador Pools.
Hi.
I'm representing our customer, Donna. We're looking to do an above ground pool. We are 38 feet from the wetlands line that is on her property, and we are 196 from the riverfront. So we're just looking for approval to install within the buffer zone. As far as chemicals, I do want to mention that we are using, excuse me, a saltwater generator. So there is no chlorine in this pool. It is salt water, and we use water softening tablets like you would use in well water.
Okay. And you said this is an above ground pool?
Yes.
Is it I'll ask the question, a permanent above ground pool?
It is technically removable.
Yeah, because that's so there's a new kind of pool that's out now where it's a liner that just has structural posts, and the liner fits inside the post, and at the end of the year, you can empty the water and put your pool away.
No, this is up for typically over 20 years.
Okay, that's all you know the pool I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, like the Intex type pools.
Yeah, so we have to be cognizant now with how we handle our pool requirements, because you can put up a 4x18 pool that's got about 18,000 gallons of water in it, and normally you would just lower it to get for the skimmer. Well, these pools are completely emptied and put away for the winter.
Yeah.
And I have more concerns about how that water is treated, and that's quite a bit of water. So this is not that kind of pool, so you've answered that question for me. Thank you.
Okay.
No problem.
You have a motion?
Make a
Or
motion.
do we have to open it to the public? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes, you do.
Anybody in the public have their hand raised? I see nobody.
I see somebody.
Oh, I see iPhone, whoever that is. If you can unmute yourself and identify your
Hi,
name
my name is
and
Donna
address.
Solano. It's for my pool.
Okay.
I don't really have anything to say as long as you give me the permit. But if you don't, then I'll have something to say, but go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, then I would make a motion to.
What's the distance to the, it's just an RDA, so it's not up against any wetlands, but what's the distance to the
38 feet?
38 feet?
Yeah, to the wetland.
And then 196 to the riverfront.
Yeah.
Yep, through the chair, it's an isolated Peabody, it's a Peabody local jurisdiction, I believe only, and then there is also riverfront. I believe it's just a Peabody isolated one, but I might be wrong. Regardless, that's why that's why they filed. They would have had to file anyway because they were in that 4 feet of riverfront. So is there a motion to close, or?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Ms. Harrop. Roll call. Chairman Lazares.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
I had a question. Is it a flat lot, or is there much grading to be done? I understand it's an above ground pool.
Yep. No, it's a very flat lot, actually. So we would just take off the top layer of grass and we put down sand. There is no digging involved.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
Yes.
yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay, Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so it is closed 7-0.
Motion to issue a negative determination,
Do I hear a second?
with, conditions.
Second.
That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
Commissioner Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0, and I do, I want the property owner to understand though, even though there's not gonna be chemicals, there's gonna be other things going into this, that pool condition that the chairman stated at the beginning still stands. You can't add anything for 7 days if you have to do a drawdown. So I just want to make sure that's crystal clear. It doesn't matter if it's chlorine, if you're putting salt or you're putting softener, you still have to wait 7 days before you can do any sort of a drawdown.
There's one other part of this that I want to make sure is clear. The Conservation Commission office, mainly Lucia, should be notified prior to draining and should approve the method of draining. And its condition is in perpetuity. Okay?
Right.
Through the chair, I think it's a little misleading, and I know she wasn't trying to do this, but it's a little bit misleading when they say there's no chlorine. It's not a saltwater pool. It's a saltwater generator, which makes chlorine, correct?
That's correct.
So there is chlorine in the pool.
There is, but again, if we wait 7 days, it
Is
should
that right,
dissipate.
Debbie?
What was that?
You're the representative, you know the most about the dynamics of the pool. Is that correct, what Mr. Commissioner Pomac mentioned?
It's not as harsh as your factory made. It is more gentle. And like you guys have said, and I agree, wait the 7 days, do not put anything in the pool. But the impact to any land, even wetlands or not, is not nearly as dramatic as if it was just a chlorine tablet or a powder.
Onward.
Okay.
Moving on, we got the order, we got a negative determination, right?
Do a roll call?
I thought I did. I didn't. I did. At 7-0.
Okay,
You
sorry.
I
did.
just told
You
her,
did.
and thank you, Bruce, for that. I didn't know that. I've been duped many times. So it's incredibly important that the property owner is aware, and that's the whole reason why you had to come here.
Yep.
That you can't just dump the water, even though you think it's not gonna affect it. Even these softeners and these other things, it's not water. Anyway, moving on. Next item. Sorry.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Enforcement of orders, violation order 10, continued enforcement order issued to Salem Country Club for the following activities: removal of living trees, grinding, grubbing stumps in a buffer zone, close proximity to jurisdictional resource areas, depositing wood chips in a buffer zone and along local riverfront woods. Property address is known as 133 Forest Street, Peabody, Mass. We started this discussion in April of 2022. I would like to continue this till September 11, so we can get our consultant to appear
Okay,
and discuss this. So can I get a
a motion to continue.
yes?
I'll second that.
Okay,
Roll
that motion
call.
was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos, and the alternates cannot vote on this. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, so it's continued 5-0 with Amanda no longer at the meeting.
Okay.
All right, certificate of compliance number 11, continued request for partial certificate of compliance made by Peter Ogren from Hayes Engineering for 7 Dearborn Limited Partnership DEP file 55861. Project is 180 unit apartment building parking lot with associated drainage, stormwater systems. Address is known as 7 Dearborn Road. The order of conditions expired on 12/1/2024 after being whatever. A meeting, we originally talked about this in April 10th of this year.
I have
So
promoted
you haven't
Elizabeth
done-
Wallace from Hayes Engineering, and I just have a couple comments, if you guys want me to help speed it up, but I believe Libby is here and she is ready to.
Go ahead, Libby.
Oh, good evening. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Wallace from Hayes Engineering. I am the wetland scientist. As you said, we previously submitted a request for a partial certificate of compliance. And I believe, you all discussed that. And, as part of the discussion, you requested an as-built plan. There was a decision made to file for a full certificate of compliance, which is the one we're here for now. We have an as-built plan and a letter specifying the items completed and changed from the original approved plan. I can share my screen if you like and show you the plan. Let's see. Where'd it go?
And through the chair, I'm just gonna speed things up on my end while she's looking for that. The only discrepancies that me and Will Pollitt had were, we need to know what those storm scepters are. They should be the 900s, I believe, so that they need to be labeled. I think there's 3 of them. They're not labeled. It just says storm scepter. And then there's a comment, it says near flag number 20, wetland flag number 20. They did not put the level spreader, and so we need to know why they didn't put the level spreader, how it is now. Me and Libby are going to meet out there next week, so it's up to you guys if you want to vote contingent on us meeting out there and figuring out if the level spreader needs to go there, if you guys want the level spreader, regardless of why they left it off the plan. And I'm gonna stop talking.
Thanks, Lucia. Can you all see the plan? Or
No.
did I imagine I shared it?
No.
Okay. Let's try it again. Share. Oh, I think I have it this
Yes.
time. Anyway,
Yes.
so what Lucia is talking about is this drain line here at wetland flag 20 was constructed without a level spreader. Originally, it was designed to be a shorter pipe with the end within the lot line. This is the lot line here. When they constructed it, apparently they filled a little bit over the line and decided that a level spreader shouldn't be constructed because it would be on the adjacent property. So that is what I've been told. We asked the contractor to confirmed that he put in the correct storm scepter, and he did this afternoon. He did not provide any photos, but I have a photograph of the storm scepter in the stormwater management area. This area being installed. And I also have a photograph of the storm scepter plate, top plate at this point here. We can look at that when we go do our inspections. Lucia and I will go out and do that. Otherwise, I had just pointed out that some of the grading was beyond the limit of work, as you can see. This was all supposed to be contained within this area here. There's a little
So like within the property
extra
line, you
fill
mean,
and
Libby?
all. I'm sorry, say it again?
Within the property line, that area that's kind of extends beyond the property, I think it's the property line, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know.
Yes, yes, it
Yep.
is beyond. And some of the drainage is slightly different in configuration, but it still works as proposed. So one of the things I pointed out was that this area by the building was a little different. They eliminated a drain manhole when they brought this pipe out. This carries the roof drainage. And when they constructed this, they constructed the level spreader a little differently, putting a lot more stone than they had to. But it still functions. It functions as a level spreader. They just constructed it as part of the riprap that's along the edge of our work. So I can review the items now, or we can review them at the site, whatever your pleasure is.
I think probably just review it at the site. Sounds
Yeah,
like,
that's a good idea.
saw the pictures, things look pretty good. The only question I might have is, looking at the photos, there's one photo that shows, unfinished landscaping adjacent to the dog park.
Yes. Yeah.
That's something that's still gonna be done, or is it not?
I'm hoping it'll be done. They were working out there.
Okay.
But I don't know their schedule.
So if it's okay with Lucia, we could, issue the certificate of compliance or approve the certificate of compliance pending your site visit and any things that might come up at the site visit. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. Looks really good.
Do I hear a second?
Wait, my only issue, and I would love to get this off the agenda, trust me. I am so fine with you guys voting contingent. I would say that the plan needs to be revised showing the 900s on it though, because I'm pretty sure that's what Will wants. And then what are we gonna do if like I go out there and there's an issue with the level spreader? I mean, I guess we could issue an enforcement order if we needed to, or we can, it's just like I guess you can vote contingent on, if you vote contingent that the plan needs to be revised showing the 900s, and then contingent on that the site walk goes well, and then it'll be released. And if there's any issues during that site walk, we can deal with it, on an aside, maybe not necessarily in a public forum. Does that sound fair, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
It does, yes.
That seems fine. Let's do that.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Is that the
I
motion?
make a motion to issue the certificate of compliance pending a successful site visit relative to the level spreaders And that the plan be revised to, identify the storm centers as, model 900s.
Yeah.
Second that.
That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
So the alternates are not voting because this has been on the agenda for some time, so that passes 5-0. And me and Libby are gonna meet, we're gonna hash it out when we're meeting next week.
Okay. Thanks, Libby.
Thank you, Libby.
Thank you all. Thank you, Lucia.
Night.
Have a good evening.
You too.
And then if you guys want to, again, rush, go a little bit faster, the tree request, it would be 8 Robin Road, 9 Nancy Avenue, 52 Warren
9
Street,
Nancy.
801 Jubilee Drive have all been approved. If you guys wanted to make a motion to accept those.
Motion to accept the 1, 2, 3,
Do I hear a
4,
second?
5 items on the tree request.
Do I hear a second?
Second,
Did I hear
Roll call.
Jamie?
I think me and Bruce, yeah.
All right, so motion to accept 8 Robin Road, 9 Nancy Ave, 52 Warren, and 801 Jubilee. That was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Ms. Harrop. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Harrop.
Yes,
All right, so those pass 7-0, and then 10 Lowell Street, Brody's, you guys do need to have that discussion, and I believe the owner is here. This is one I did not feel comfortable. It wasn't for danger, so it's up to you guys to make the determination.
Who's going to speak?
I just promoted the owner, Michael Voto, to panelist. He has to accept, hopefully. Or if he, someone named Ryan Toomey is raising their hand, so I don't know who that is. I'm trying to unmute.
My name is
Ryan.
with MRG Construction Management, the construction management company that's handling the building project at 10 Lowell Street. I can speak to the tree removal.
Go ahead.
So we have 2 trees behind the building. One is directly behind the building. It's a double trunk tree that we'd like to remove. There's also another single large tree on the other side of the canal that we'd also like to remove. We enlisted a tree removal company, Whitcomb Tree. They looked at both of the trees and determined that there's issues with possible safety issues with both of the trees. We think that the large tree on the funeral home side of the canal is beginning to die, as you can see by the discolored foliage at the top of the tree. He also noted some cracking between the 2 trunks of the other tree directly behind the building that he made us aware of. Just we'd like to remove both of the trees as part of the project.
Did you say you had photos of those things?
Yeah.
They're online. They're on the shared drive, Arthur.
Yeah.
Is there any further questions?
Do you plan on replacing the trees?
It wasn't our intention to. We were kind of looking to open the area up, bring more sunlight, towards the building for the new restaurant. But yeah, that wasn't our intention.
Anybody else have any comments?
Well, if they're in danger of falling, you mentioned one of them was dying or has sections of the top that appear to be dying, and so there's a split at the trunk of the wide connection of the trees.
Correct.
When, maybe limbing the trees, maybe taking half the tree that has the crack in it, and
I did speak with with Whitcomb about that, and he thought that the tree would not survive if one of the trunks were taken off. So he recommended that the tree be removed completely, the double tree behind the building, and he also recommended the same for the large tree on the other side of the canal.
And how is this affecting your project?
The trees are relatively close to the building. We did remove some limbs already to proceed with construction, but it's mainly just to open the area up, and it's not directly impeding the project. We don't have work going on around the trees, but just something we'd like to do as part of the general improvements to the building, and also to mitigate any safety concerns that could arise in the future.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Bruce.
So in this instance, if it's, unless the tree's imminently going to come down, I don't have a problem with them removing the trees, but I'd like to have them remove the trees in, after they've dropped leaves, after they've pretty much gone dormant, as late as possible, maybe November or December. And I don't want them, and I don't want the trunks ground. Let them cut them flush, and then in the spring they should flush back out. At least that way we have the roots holding the bankings. There's a lot to be said for the root structure down there. And Lucia will tell you, down at the Cedar Pond Village, they did the same thing. Well, they cut down a bunch of trees, and we didn't let them grind, and a lot of them flush back up.
yeah, that's a good idea.
It takes several years though, right, Bruce?
No.
They'll flush back out next year, but they'll be more like shrubs. They won't be in their way. They'll allow light into the building, but the roots right now are supporting a huge tree, and if you cut those down, I don't have a problem with them cutting them down, but at least the roots will hold the bank, and in the spring they'll flush new growth out.
So cut them down to like 3 feet from the.
Cut them down to a foot and a half.
Yeah.
And then, and then it'll just, that way it's not a danger to anybody. And in the spring, it'll flush back out. If they don't flush back out then, well, at least we tried.
Okay.
I just don't want, if they remove them now, then
they'll die.
Then they flush out in the spring.
Right. All right. Oh.
Do I hear a motion? Or do
Um,
we have to open it to the public?
No, this does not need to get open to the public.
Do I have to open this to the public?
No.
All right. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion to allow the tree removal, subject to what Bruce said, waiting till at the end of the fall. And cutting the tree down, leaving the trunk, and removing all the rest of it, and we'll see if it sprouts branches and turns into a nice bush.
Second?
Second.
All right, that
Roll
motion was
call.
made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Colmack. Roll call, Chairman Lazares.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
No.
Commissioner Colmack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
Commissioner Harrop,
Yes.
and I believe I heard Mike Vivaldi, you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that passes 6-1 with Mr. Vivaldi voting no. And you cannot remove the trees until I fill the paperwork out. So, and obviously you can't remove them until November. That's going to be a condition. So
Okay.
hopefully it's okay with you guys. All right.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Hello.
Mike, you in
Thank you.
agreement? Thank you.
Real quick, we have there's a National Grid notice of along power lines. And it consists of removing pruning trees and shrubs that are in the right of way. Tree species are capable of causing interruptions to power when they fall and impedes access to the right of way.
Yes, that work has started. I've already gotten calls on it. So if you guys want to accept that.
Need a motion to accept.
Motion to accept those two items. National Grid
You can
and
accept them together. I think Stu just read it separately though.
I just read the first one, but all right. The second one is Northeast Mosquito Control Wetland Management District, a 400-foot ditch maintenance project at 4 Jason Lane. The goal is to restore the ditch to its original dimensions and provide adequate water flow. And it helps prevent flooding in this area and creates, if you don't have the water flowing, it creates mosquito breeding habitats. Some shrubs may be removed so an excavator can access the ditch. Need a motion to accept that also.
motion to accept both items.
Second. Roll call.
All right. I think I heard that was Bruce who seconded it.
Yes.
All right. Was it or was it Brian?
Bruce.
All right. Made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Comack. Roll call, Chairman Lazares.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
And Commissioner Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0, and then the emergency cert. And then we would go on to the addendum.
15 Walnuts. Emergency cert, 15 Walnut Street, oil release in FEMA floodplain and portion of outer riparian zone of Proctor Brook. So we have to ratify the emergency cert, correct?
Yes. Motion to
Better
ratify. Motion to ratify the emergency certificate for 15 Walnut Street.
Second.
Second.
All right, that was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Comack. Chairman, roll call, Chairman Lazares.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy.
Yes.
Commissioner Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that has been ratified 7-0. There are no minutes, so I would just don't even say it, and I would just read the bike path addendum and let poor Brendan and Danielle come on.
I don't have it in front of me for some reason, but somebody else can read it. The bike path addendum.
I have it.
And,
I have it.
do you have it? Go ahead, Mike.
The public hearing on, an amendment to an order of conditions DEP 55939 submitted by Green International Affiliates for the city of Peabody. The project proposes to extend the existing Independence Greenway from its eastern terminus at Essex Center Drive to Endicott Street for a total project length of approximately 1.3 miles. The work area is located along a former railroad right-of-way. The proponent is requesting the commission to consider an amendment to an existing order of conditions and determine if it falls under the guidelines of the Mass DEP's amendment policy. The property is known as former B&M Railroad easement, North Shore Road, Essex Center Drive, Endicott Street.
Hi, Brendan Gallion, I'm Assistant Director of Planning here. I'm gonna let Danielle go do most of the talking tonight. Go ahead, Danielle.
Sure, Danielle Spicer from Green International Affiliates. I really appreciate you guys being able to listen to us. I know it's really late, so I'm going to try to go through it real quickly. We had closed the hearing last month, and you guys had issued an order of conditions. When we had closed it, The majority of the project is a limited project. However, there are certain segments that don't meet the limited project provisions. And we had noted that in our figure 3. And actually, I'll just share my screen just to show what I'm referring to. And what when we had met with DEP with regard to this, it wasn't quite confirmed whether they were in agreement with the whole limited project for the whole entire project. So the fact that there are little pieces of segments, they ended up basically saying with regard to compensatory storage, because we can't segregate out these pieces, we need to make sure that compensatory storage is met on a foot-by-foot basis for the entire project. So we went back and looked throughout the corridor. There is one area, it is outside of the right of way, but it's still within the city of Peabody property where we were able to actually provide additional compensation. And I'm just going to jump to this. This is the updated figure 7 that we submitted with the amended order of conditions. And what I really want to just focus you on is these first 2 columns are what was part of the original amendment, where we had shown that there was going to be a net cut of 490 cubic feet for the total project, but there were areas between elevation 36 to 41 where there was still a fill. We have since gone back, found 3 actual areas where we can provide additional cut. You can see the first one, I'll show it in just a second, is at station 336. There's a really small one at 356, and then a third one at 358. And when we add all 3 of these together, you can see over here on the right, there is a net cut at every single foot by foot elevation. And in actuality, we're going to end with a significant compensation of 33,000 cubic feet of flood storage that will be provided with this project. So I'm just going to scroll down and show you the 3 different areas.
So these are all improvements, right, Danielle?
Yes, this is basically an improvement. While we were providing compensatory flood storage, we only had one area and it wasn't providing it at the foot by foot elevation at every single elevation. So this is that first area. This is actually going to be the largest area. I'm just going to zoom in here. And actually, if you will see, this is the first culvert. If we're coming from the west, this is that first culvert that we talked about 500 feet east of there. This is where we are actually going to be providing additional compensatory flood storage. So Proctor Brook is along the north side. Along here, you can kind of see the cyan line. Hopefully my computer's running a little slow, but so this is all upland area within it. So basically it's only within borderland subject to flooding riverfront area. So this is where the significant compensatory flood storage will be provided. We weren't able to get it all of it though. The elevations 36 to 37, this was still a little too high for us to be able to compensate there. So if we go all the way to where Endicott Street is at the far east end of the project, I'm just going to, whoops, sorry, one more. Let me just go one more. Okay, so this you can see there's a small area right here that's in purple. That's the really small area that we are providing, as well as this additional cut over here that we are providing. And that basically gets us to all of the foot by foot elevations that we needed to meet the compensatory flood storage. We did also, just to let you know, we did have, because DEP had appealed it, we did have a site visit on July 19th. We met with DEP out on site. They reviewed the large compensatory flood storage area. They agreed with the flagging and the location of it being in an upland area, and didn't have any additional comments on that. We actually also had a follow-up virtual, because it was really DEP headquarters from Boston that was able to be on the site visit on the 19th, not the Northeast Regional Office. So we actually had a follow-up virtual meeting with the Northeast Regional Office on the 22nd, just so that they could review the areas as well. And, you know, seemed to be positive that we were able to provide the foot by foot basis compensation on that.
Very
Uh,
good.
so- Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess, for the procedure be that we would, approve the amended order condition plan sheets that are dated 7/25/24.
Yes. And the updated, so as part of that, there's updated impacts for the notice of intent. Obviously, our work within the riverfront area and borderland subject to flooding correspond with this. So there are, we submitted an updated notice of intent impact numbers to reflect that.
I'd like to just ask a quick question, just to understand the progression of steps, I guess, here. So the order was issued and then DEP filed the appeal?
Correct.
What was their, it's not normal for DEP to, is it because it's a big project, or what was the basis that?
It was solely because of the bordering land subject to flooding not being compensated at every single elevation. So it was the foot by foot, and I'll go back and I'll just highlight this table. While we had a net cut overall, and limited projects are allowed some leniency because there are little segments that don't meet the limited project provisions. DEP was taking the stance that because you can't segregate out those pieces, we need to look at it as a whole. Then as a whole, compensatory flood storage needs to be met at a foot by foot basis. So originally it was between 36 and 41. These right here, you can see we had an original fill, even though there was still a net cut overall. So
Yep.
it was foot by foot that's what they were appealing.
I see. So thank you for the explanation. I understand better now.
Very good. Okay, so, so DEP has seen this and has accepted it.
So they've seen it. They haven't accepted it. What they've noted is they actually submitted a letter. Just, we're also within the MEPA process. Just basically summarizing the exact steps that I've just mentioned here tonight, and that they understand that we are coming in front of the Conservation Commission to amend the order of conditions with this. And the intent is, I believe, I don't want to speak for DEP, but if the order of conditions is amended, it's favorable, then they most likely will withdraw their appeal, but that is dependent upon them, obviously. We haven't received anything negative with regard to or concerning of these plans. They were sent, both Northeast Regional Office and Boston was sent a copy of this amended order of conditions, and they've seen everything as well. They received that all whenever we sent it to you guys.
Okay, so we, well, based on what you told us, then I don't see why we can't accept the amended plans to satisfy the appeal. And convey that to DEP.
That would be great. And my intent is, if the commission does so vote to close and amend the order of conditions, I will also send a follow-up email to DEP, just letting them know so that they can consider withdrawing their appeal.
Does that sound right, Lucia, to you?
Sure. There are people in the audience. You do have to open this up to members of the public before you close and issue an order. I've been asking Brendan, and he hasn't returned any of my requests for this. How fast are you guys going to need this amendment drafted? Like, are you expecting me to go in tomorrow and working on it first thing in the morning?
I don't know if it needs to be amended immediately. I think with the commission voting and closing on it, that may be sufficient. But I guess at this point, all I can do is, Lucia, I can make sure I CC you on the email that goes to DEP, and let them know, is that sufficient enough that the commission has closed and approved it? And obviously, the amended order would follow up.
I would think that'd be sufficient.
Was anybody here from the public who wants to speak on this then? Let's see.
Yes, I just allowed Mr. Robert Haight, I believe, I hope I pronounced your name right. He's about to speak. Just say your name and address, please, for the record.
I'm Tracy Letourneau. I'm on his computer. I live at 129 Lowell Street. Right, my back driveway is right at that Endicott Street spot. And I'm just trying to understand on the diagram you had, at the very end of it, where the purple is that where your guys are really worried about flooding and that you're gonna do something to prevent it? Is that what that dark purple is?
It's really, so there's the project of its entirety has some fill within the floodplain. So what we're doing is we're digging out some areas around to be able to compensate for that fill.
Okay.
So this is an area where we're just going to lower it a little bit so that way we can get that additional compensation.
Okay, I'm just concerned because it floods there, a lot, and am I gonna, what if it floods now all the time? How am I gonna be able to get out of my driveway? It's just a bad area to begin with, flood wise, so I'm a little concerned about that.
Sure. I think what we're demonstrating is actually we are providing a significant cut within the floodplain. So we're providing a significant amount of flood storage. So there's over 33,000 cubic feet of storage that this project will provide. So it's actually going to be a significant improvement to any flooding within this area.
Okay, because there's also like a grate in the ground over there that they have to come and drain sometimes because it just overflows, and so it just really worries me, but that's just my personal opinion. I'm really not for this project, but I'm not an engineer, but I don't know. But it's going to end at Endicott Street.
Yes.
It's
Yeah, the
not going to go
project
any further
at this point. This project ends at Endicott Street.
at this point, but it's possible that it's going to continue going across more into like downtown Peabody.
I'll
That is
let
the
Brendan.
goal. That's the city's goal. Like, but
Yeah.
right now there are absolutely there are no plans, but not when I say plans, I mean written plans. But there's a vision and a goal for the city to continue this path across the street towards the downtown. But there's no timeline on that. There's no actually plans in place for that. It's just sort of like that's the vision of the entire length of the Independence Greenway.
Okay. I mean, do you think about, I mean, this probably has nothing to do with anything, but I'm worried about people. We have a parking problem on our property as it is. I'm worried about people parking their cars to go walking on the path. I'm worried about, when all my neighbors in the back, we have those lovely trees now and we eat dinner outside, and now we're just going to have strangers going back and forth. What if they're on there late at night and making noise and we're trying to sleep? It's a very populated area.
We don't have any designated parking at this end of the bike path. It's just more for the neighbor, it'd be for residents that can access it from there. But there's no designated parking at this time for that.
Right. Well, that's what worries me because they're going to be parking in our parking spots on our property.
I don't know where I don't know where 129 Lowell Street is.
It's right, the driveway is right at Endicott Street, right where you guys are talking. In fact, I believe that you're going to take a little bit of our land for a certain amount of time. So we're right there. And I, for one, am opposed. I'm sure there's a lot of other people in my complex, but it's a work night at 11:30 at night. So no one's probably still awake. But yeah, my first concern is that flooding where you're going to end now. I want to be able to get out of my yard still from Endicott Street. And then down the road, I'm concerned about people taking our parking spots to go walking on it. And I'm concerned about losing all my trees and having privacy because there's going to be people using the path and maybe hanging around it at night and doing I don't know what and waking us up at night. And I'm concerned about all these things. And I know I'm not the only one in my complex, but I obviously can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's all I got to say. I'm just really concerned with all of it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see anybody else out there with their hand up.
Okay.
Need a motion. Do we keep the public hearing open?
No.
Oh, we're gonna close it. So make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Second.
All right, that motion
Roll
was
call.
made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hara.
Yes.
All right, so it is closed 7-0.
I make a motion to,
A motion to adjourn?
no, motion to accept the addendum,
Oh, I'm sorry.
motion to accept the, amended order of conditions,
The amended plan.
amended plan, as presented.
Dated July 26, 2024, right?
Yes.
Second.
All right, that motion, and I'm assuming we're keeping all the original conditions, correct? We're just changing the plan.
Correct.
All right, the plan sheets. That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Comack. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hara.
Yes.
All right, so that is approved 7-0, and I just need Brendan and Danielle to let me know when you need this by. And then
I'll CC you on the email I send Heidi, and I'll let her know the results here and inquire when she needs that, or if just the email I sent tonight is sufficient. And Lucia, just want to make sure, while the conditions are all staying the same, the impact numbers do need to be updated on the NOI form.
yes, of course.
Okay, great. Okay.
So you gave me an NOI sheet then, that with the revised numbers.
Yes, yep, there, and it's all clouded. You'll see just we clouded the only numbers that changed.
This may be this is a question for Brendan. What's the city's timeline to get going on this next spring?
That's the goal. That's the goal right now.
Yep.
Very good. Good job.
Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you being able to add us to the addendum to the hearing tonight. We really appreciate all the work you guys have done with listening to this. And I will CC you, Lucia, on the email I sent to DEP tonight.
Thanks, Lucia, for getting us on the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting tonight.
Second?
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Do I get a second?
I'll second it.
That was Brian?
Roll call. Yeah.
All right, motion to
Yes.
adjourn, motion made by Mr. Vivaldi, seconded by Mr. Cassidy. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Cassidy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hara.
Yes.
All right, the meeting is adjourned, 11:24. Thank you so much for those who stuck around. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
All right.
night.
See
Have a
you
good
on
night.
September 11th.
Aye.
Enjoy the rest of your summer, everyone.